Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Papers.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed in the order paper in my name. The annual administrative report of the Invest TT Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The annual administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Trade and Industry to the 16th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of food security in Trinidad and Tobago in alignment with Sustainable Development Goal number 2, Zero Hunger. Thank you.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual administrative report of the National Helicopter Service Limited for the period 2018-2019 and the first and second ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 17th report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee on the examination of the management and operations of the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited. I thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to the 16th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of food security in Trinidad and Tobago in alignment with Sustainable Development Goals 2, Zero Hunger. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The response of the Personnel Department to the 10th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Maintenance, Training and Securities Company Limited for the financial year 2018 and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's 11th report from the 11th Parliament. Thank you, Mr. President.
Vice President of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual reports of the Police Service Commission for the years 2021 and 2022, the annual report of the Public Service Commission for the year 2021, the annual report of the Teaching Service Commission for the year 2022, and the annual report of the Statutory Authorities Service Commission for the period October 2021 to December 2022.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to the 10th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the concerns raised in the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021, with specific reference to the administering of government grants.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, Minister of Public Utilities, Minister of Planning and Development, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Minister of Sport and Community Development, Minister of Education, Minister of Labour, and the Prime Minister. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements as follows. The Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. The Trinidad and Tobago Racing Authority for the years ended July 31st, 2015 and July 31st, 2016. The annual reports and annual administrative reports as follows. The National Enterprises Limited for the 18-month period March 31st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. The Taurus Services Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The First Citizens Investment Services Limited and its subsidiaries for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The First Citizens Depository Services Limited, formerly First Citizens Asset Management Limited, for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The First Citizens Group Financial Holdings Limited and its subsidiaries for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The National Training Agency for the period 2018 to 2019. The Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board for the year ended December 2021. The annual audited financial statements as follows. The Export TT Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2018. The Water and Sewerage Authority for the financial year ended September 30th, 2019. The ministerial responses as follows. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Sport and Community Development for the 15th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on a follow-up inquiry on the maintenance of community swimming pools by the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. The Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to the 11th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years 2014 to 2018. The Ministry of Health, Ministry of Planning and Development, and the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs to the 16th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of food security in Trinidad and Tobago in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger. The Ministry of Finance to the 12th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, NIDCO, audited financial statements for the financial years ended September 30th, 2015 to 2017, including a follow-up examination on the implementation of the recommendations in the committee's Omnibus Report, First Session, 11th Parliament, and second report of the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises on an inquiry into the operations of NIDCO, including its compulsory land acquisition in relation to major projects. The Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to the 13th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on a follow-up examination on the implementation of the recommendations in the 4th report of the committee
on the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program for the financial years 2009 to 2014. The Ministry of Public Utilities and the Ministry of Finance to the 10th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Maintenance, Training and Security Company Limited for the financial year 2018, and follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's 11th report from the 11th Parliament. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the 17th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the management and operations of the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the 13th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on a follow-up examination on the implementation of the recommendations in the 4th report of the committee on the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program for the financial years 2009 to 2014. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development to the 15th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the examination of a follow-up inquiry on the maintenance of community swimming pools by the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, and the 113th and 117th reports of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Reports from committees.
Senator Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The 6th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity, 4th session 2023-2024, 12th Parliament on a follow-up inquiry into the implementation of the recommendations of the 18th report, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the treatment of migrants with specific focus on the rights to education, employment, and protection from sexual exploitation.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Minister of National Security, given the recent discovery of tactical gear, police uniforms, and a white powdery substance near the overturned oil tanker in Tobago, can the Minister advise whether the origin and ownership of the items have been determined?
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, based on information recently received from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the area of what is known as Cano Bay, a packet of a solid creamish substance was found. It has since been determined to be cocaine. That was found, according to the police, some 250 meters away from the wrecked and yet unidentified vessel that has been spoken widely about within recent times that ran aground on a reef in that area of Tobago. Mr. President, based on information from the police, on the balance of probabilities, it appears to them thus far, and the matter is still under investigation, that that package that was found was not necessarily related to that vessel. Based on information from the police, no police uniforms or tactical gear was found along with that substance, which, as I said, was not powdery, but a solid, creamish substance. And finally, as far as I know, I heard the senator describe in his question this vessel as an oil tanker. As far as I know, that matter, along with many others, are yet to be determined. Investigations are underway. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Mr. President, can the minister indicate whether he's aware that in an article in the Express dated February 19, 2024, the police reported, based on an operation in Caparo, that they discovered tactical gear, police uniforms? We would like... Listen.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Have a seat. Yes, Senator Mark, that's all well and good. What I want to hear is the question to the Minister of National Security, which is supplemental to the answer given. I haven't heard a question from you yet. Please ask the question.
Can the minister confirm or deny, Mr. President, that tactical wares, or I should say tactical gear, police uniform, were discovered recently by police teams in the Caparo area? Can he confirm or deny this?
Senator Mark, the question refers to tactical gear as it relates to what occurred in Tobago. You're asking a question in relation to Caparo. As such, that question does not arise from the supplemental. Next supplemental, Senator.
Can I ask, I'm getting this humming.
Senator Mark, focus on the question.
Mr. President, I'd like to address you. Can the minister indicate to this honorable Senate whether the washing on the shoreline of this particular packet containing cocaine is another manifestation of the complete breakdown of the security apparatus in our country? Can I ask him to clarify that first?
So that question does not arise, Senator Mark. Next question on the order paper.
To the Honorable Minister of Education. In light of the shooting outside a school in the Belmont Gonzales community this morning, can the minister indicate what immediate measures are being taken to ensure the safety and well-being of the children and teachers of the school?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, we would like to express our condolences to the family of the person that was killed. As a matter of fact, it is a close relative of one of our teachers of another primary school in that area, and so we express our condolences on this very unfortunate event. The event happened when school was already in session, and it was in very close proximity to one of our schools. And as is usual, when these things happen, the police were involved. And in that particular case, because of the proximity, the teachers and students were dismissed early from the premises. It is very likely that tomorrow they will not be out to school because we want to ensure that the police have all access to continue their investigations. And once school resumes, the members of the student support services will be available to assist as necessary our principal, our teachers, as well as our students.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, Honorable Minister, having regard to the trauma that this would have caused to the children and the teachers, could you tell this Honorable Senate what steps have been taken to immediate mobilize social counseling services for both teachers and children to address that trauma, obviously, that they would have experienced?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as indicated, the first step that was taken was to remove the teachers and students and principals from the immediate vicinity. So they were dismissed early, so they have gone home to their families. When school resumes, the officers of the Student Support Services, who are staff of the Ministry of Education, will go into the school and deal with the teachers, on the parents, and so on, and the principal that need any of their counseling services. So they will be, and that's a usual function that takes place whenever traumatic incidents take place close to schools.
Mr. President, I ask the Honourable Minister what steps have been taken or are being taken to liaise with the Ministry of National Security to provide or to upgrade or enhance the level of security in that particular community where that school is located? Can I ask through you, Mr. President, whether any kind of liaison has taken place to address this?
Minister of Education.
Mr. President, in all areas where crime is a reality and a present reality, the Ministry of Education has a very close link with all of the police stations as well as the officers who are working there, so that if there's a reason for them to call, they answer, and they answer very promptly to our schools. So we do have, and we maintain those close relationships with the TTPS, both in all areas, but especially in areas where we have concerns about crime and safety.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm pleased to indicate that the government is prepared to respond with respect to questions for oral answer, to respond to question number 16, question number 17, question number 18, question number 57, question number 59, and question number 60. And with respect to questions for written response to questions number 54 and 58, which constitutes 100% of the questions on the order.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Question number 16 to the Honourable Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in 2023, a report in the media highlighted the case of 8-year-old Ismail Roberts, who was repatriated from Syria with his mother, Marsha Roberts. If the newspaper story is accurate, it appears that Ismail was born in Syria and was 1 year old when the family was repatriated. Further, based on the media report, he is not a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and reportedly has been unable to attend school. It appears that Ismail falls into a category of persons who are described as being without documents. In fact, Ismail's actual immigration status is unclear since no further details were given in the story. However, under our laws, foreign citizens must possess a minimum of a birth certificate or passport and an immunization card to apply for a student permit to gain access to local schools. Principals have strict instructions to abide by the well-established and long-standing legal requirements for entry into schools in Trinidad and Tobago. These are birth certificate, in the case of a child who was a citizen by descent, a valid Trinidad and Tobago passport or certificate of immigration status, and an immunization record or schedule. The Ministry of Education empathizes with Ms. Roberts and understands her concerns about her son's inability to access the school system, but the regularization of Ismail's status must be pursued by his parents through the Ministry of National Security Immigration Division and/or the Ministry of the Attorney General. The Ministry of Education will not knowingly or casually refuse admission to a child who is a citizen of this country. However, for the maintenance of order and the protection of all our school children, proper documentation is required by law for foreign citizens. In the case of Ismail, the Ministry of Education stands ready to assist in any way it can once his status is properly determined.
Senator Mark.
Through you, Mr. President, can I ask the Honourable Minister, has the government considered developing a policy to address this issue, which involves not only this particular young student, but maybe scores of others? Can, through you, Mr. President, the Honourable Minister advise to treat with this issue whether the government, working in conjunction with the Ministry of Education and National Security, has formulated or has begun to examine, formulated a policy to address this issue of children who are stateless?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's more than a policy. There is a law that determines what happens with foreign nationals. And there are a number of foreign nationals in our school system that have gone through the right way to get into our school system. Where we have issues with children who are stateless, as you had described there are procedures to deal with that. But the parents must go through the process of getting them documented. In addition to that, as you would have seen with the Venezuelan migrants, where there are special circumstances, then there are ways that the government can now deal with that, and we are dealing with that at this time so that we can have the children of the Venezuelan migrants who are registered in a particular way come into our schools. But the government has a responsibility to all of our citizens and our children to ensure that these protocols are followed, the law is followed for their own protection.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Mr. President, through you again to the Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, could you indicate whether that particular child's parents are citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? Can you confirm or deny to this Honourable Senate?
I won't allow that question, Senator Mark.
Well,
next question.
Can I ask, through you, Mr. President, to the Minister whether approaches have been made by the parents of this child to the Ministry and through the Ministry to the Ministry of National Security to have this issue of citizenship addressed?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. No such request has come to me as Minister. Whether it has come to other officials in the ministry, I am not aware of that, but nothing has come to me.
Senator Mark.
And finally, Mr. President, in the case of that child that is stateless at this moment, can the Minister indicate whether there's any mechanism in the ministry to track this child's progress so that in the final analysis, that child, Mr. President, does not stray into areas that will come to hurt our nation and our society, either in the short or the medium or long term? Whether some tracking mechanism is in place, particularly with children who are stateless and they are without access
Minister
to
of
school.
Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are the Ministry of Education. Therefore, we deal with children who are in our school system. What the member is describing is a function of maybe the Children's Authority, the Ministry of National Security. It is certainly not a function of the Ministry of Education.
Senator Mark, next question on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, question number 17 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Mr. President, I am pleased to advise this Senate that officials of Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados engaged in active bilateral talks during the months of October and November 2023. Participants in those meetings on the Trinidad and Tobago side included officials of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the Ministry of National Security, the Tobago House of Assembly, including from the THA's Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. And there was similar representation on the Barbados side. Fisherfolk from both countries also participated in these talks. A representative of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, CRFM, also participated in the talks at reference. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister share with us, Honourable Senate, the status of these discussions, Mr. President?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would want to advise the member that at the conclusion of those discussions, a joint communique was issued in November 2023. Joint communique, meaning it was signed off both by Trinidad and Tobago and the Barbados side, was publicly issued, published, and therefore available to well-researched members of this chamber and members of the broader national community. That joint communique did reflect the main outcomes of the discussions as well as the current status of the issue. Out of an abundance of concern for the noble intent behind those discussions, I would indicate here that both countries agreed to collaborate in the conduct of an assessment of the fish stock, particularly the flying fish and associated species, toward achieving a greater understanding of the factors affecting sustainability in the region. There was also an expressed desire by both sides to enter into a new fishing agreement in the future. There was also agreement for continued stakeholder consultations with the fisherfolk community, both in Trinidad and Tobago and in Barbados, in moving forward on this particular matter. The study that I referenced was discussed given the need for more data that would explore all the possible factors affecting our fish stock, and not just between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, but also the other islands of the Eastern Caribbean, whose fish stock are also being affected, and would include issues of the impact of sargassum weed on the fish stock, for example, which would have to be considered. Such a study would also determine what levels of fishing could be deemed to be safe and make recommendations toward the preservation of same. It has been indicated during the talks that other states would be invited to participate in such a study, which is expected to be medium-term, a multi-year study, but necessary in the Southern and Eastern Caribbean at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mark.
And can I ask the Honourable Minister through you, has the government determined when it will establish teams to begin discussions on the formulation of an arrangement that will lead to a fishing agreement that can reduce the tension between Tobago fisher folks and Barbados fishermen, who seem to be at odds because of what has been claimed by the fisher folks of Tobago? Has a decision been taken to get teams together to begin establishing and working towards a fishing agreement between the two nations? I think
Minister.
I'm trying to clarify.
President, just for the benefit of the member posing these questions, the issue of reducing tensions is the objective of all of what I've described. You'd recall, Mr. President, that the two heads of government had discussion on this matter, and it was determined that these bilateral talks is the natural progression in reducing tension. I would say that to a large extent that has been achieved. Of course, this issue is live and can flare up again. With respect to the teams that have been engaged, I could just very quickly summarize. The Director of the Treaties, International Agreements and Legal Services Division of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs participated as head of delegation. The Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly himself was engaged in these bilateral discussions. The Secretary of the Division of Food Security, Mrs. Natasha Pantin, the Technical Advisor, the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy, the THA, the Deputy Administrator, Division of Food Security, THA, the Director of Fisheries Division in the THA, the Deputy PS, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Director of CARICOM and the Caribbean Affairs Division of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, several Foreign Service officers, Senior Fisheries Officer, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Fisheries Officer, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard Commander of Operations, Acting Commander Ray Frederick, International Affairs Coordinator, Ministry of National Security, and on the Barbados side, similarly. So these are matters that we take very seriously, Mr. President. We continue to engage responsibly, and I just want to assure this chamber that on the issue of reducing tensions and doing the work necessary, Trinidad and Tobago is doing its part. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, given the excellent relations that exist between the two nations on this particular matter that has resulted in a reduction in tensions, can the minister indicate whether a timeline, a time frame has been established for the teams to meet to arrive at a conclusive agreement or fishing agreement that will govern fishing activities between the two nations? Can I get some guidance from the minister on this issue?
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I referenced, a conclusive agreement is determined to be best founded on proper data and an assessment of fish stocks. There are discussions underway with respect to that, a multi-year study, which is essential. Otherwise, we would be agreeing based on archaic data, information, and sometimes misconceptions. So the time frame for negotiation and development of a final fishing agreement really is dependent on that study and assessment of fish stock. In the interim, however, and this may assist the member, both parties are currently reviewing the now expired 1990 agreement. That is being reviewed as a basis for the start of negotiations toward possibly an interim agreement until this study is concluded, which can take some time. So discussions among stakeholders within Trinidad and Tobago on the update of that 1990 agreement, those discussions are expected to take place over the next few months within our own jurisdiction and similarly on the Barbados side. So that's where it stands, and I just want to reference once again the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism as a neutral regional body that is playing an essential role in steering this as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 18 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Ministry of Works and Transport, through the Highways Division, maintains its focus on road user safety. And in this context, regular repairs and maintenance work is done on the existing cable barriers. However, the maintenance of the cable barriers continue to pose a significant challenge for the ministry. There are several areas where large sections of the barriers have been damaged by impact. And it is the view of the ministry that these types of barriers are not the best solution. As such, the ministry has taken a policy decision I am advised to move away from cable barriers and replace them with guardrails, which again I am informed are considered to be a better solution in terms of crash protection, lower life cycle cost, and efficiency in the repairs. The ministry has developed and is currently implementing its median barrier program to be executed over a 3-year period to remove all cable barriers and replace them with guardrails. Phase 1 of this program consists of 3 significant packages as follows: installation of W-type metal beam guardrails on the Vieira Highway in the vicinity of the Caroni area comprising 5.2 kilometers. Installation of W-type metal beam guardrails in Solomon-Holtshoy Highway consisting of 8.34 kilometers. Installation of W-type metal beam guardrails on Solomon-Holtshoy Highway in Victoria West consisting of 12.66 kilometers. In this phase, we are attempting to remove and replace 26.2 kilometers. Tenders were invited via the open tender in 2023 for these projects in order to ensure competitiveness and value for money. Unfortunately, due to discrepancies in the evaluation report, the procurement process had to be terminated. The package will be retendered shortly in 2024. In the interim, the ministry will continue its program of in-house maintenance of the cable barriers. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President, I don't know if the minister is in possession of these statistics, but can the minister indicate or share with this honorable Senate how many lives or accidents or combination of both have we experienced that has caused the government to shift from the cable barrier kind of arrangement to this new policy of erecting guardrails? Can you share with us?
Mr. President, the information I'd like to share is that road safety remains a major aspect of the Ministry of Works. And since 2016, all the way to 2022, we have had a significant reduction in fatal accidents. As a matter of fact, we're the only country in the Western Hemisphere to achieve the WHO goals of a reduction of 50% in road fatalities. Unfortunately, we have had a slight increase over the last 2 years, and I am not sure that it is that the direct impact of cable barriers, but we are still way below what we experienced prior to 2016. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, may I ask through you to the Honourable Minister, in the interim, whilst we are seeking to retender the packages, what steps or measures are being taken to really ensure that even though the cable wire network is a bit, as I say, want to shift from that, what measures will be taken, Mr. President, to save lives whilst this process is going to be retendered? What measures?
Senator Mark, I don't think he probably listened to the full answer. In the interim, the ministry will continue its program of in-house maintenance of cable barriers. So we are continuing in-house to maintain some of the barriers, and in-house we are, while the process of the tendering is taking place, we are using our in-house staff to assist in the maintenance of what is actually on the ground.
President,
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate to the Senate what criteria is being used to determine the maintenance program? Because we're talking about a huge and long highway. There must be areas and so on that you would like, when I say you, Mr. President, the Honourable Minister and his technical people would want to pay attention to. So I just want to know what criteria is being used by the ministry to determine which areas are to be given priority
Minister.
attention in the maintenance process.
Senator Mark is quite correct. There is a method used to, for the first time, Senator Mark is correct, there is a method that is being used to identify what we call the hotspot areas. So where accidents frequently happen, and then there are areas that you have turns on the highway. So there are vulnerable areas, and those are the areas that we focus on. And when we start this program here, it is actually done taking that into consideration. So for the first time, Senator Mark, that's a sensible question. Thank you.
Senator Teemal.
Honorable Minister, could you please advise in terms of the maintenance of the new guardrails? Is that being included in the procurement package? The maintenance of the guardrails?
So yes, in terms of the maintenance of the guardrails, the ministry is now implementing a system where the ministry can maintain the guardrails. It's much easier for the metal guardrails to be maintained, because in the past, the ministry actually put them down. The ministry had the machinery when they bend to straighten them back. Unfortunately, over the last couple of years, we went out of that. But the ministry is now developing that in-house capacity to be able to replace the guardrails or, fix them once they are damaged, because it is much easier than the cable barriers. When we came in 2016, when I came in 2017, I got a bill for $18 million just for outstanding repairs for guardrail, for the cable barriers. It was a cheap to install, but the maintenance is really, really high. The guardrails may cost a little more, the capital cost, but it's a lot cheaper to maintain, and we can do the maintenance in-house. Thank you.
Would the Honourable Minister indicate that because of the extent of maintenance that's required for these guardrails, based on history, would the ministry be considering a dedicated unit, well-equipped and well-resourced within the ministry to ensure that the maintenance is done in a timely basis?
Minister.
Who have the traffic management branch and the BLT, that their focus is on road safety. However, again, we are developing the capabilities in the ministry. So what you will see happening is a strengthening of that branch for the maintenance, because it will cost us a lot cheaper to have the machinery and to do it in-house, because it's just a matter of increasing the labor force on it. It's not rocket science to straighten these guardrails and things like that. Once you have the machinery, we have the labor available, it can be done a lot faster than going through the whole process of tendering and private contractors and things like that. Thanks.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Mr. President, good afternoon, colleagues. Question number 57 to the Minister of National Security.
National Security.
Thank you very much. According to information received from the Commissioner of Prisons with respect to item number 1, that is to say the number of persons currently on remand, there are currently 2,053 prisoners currently on remand. This consists of 1,985 males and 68 females. As it relates to item number 2, that is to say the number of new remandees for each year during the period 2018 to 2023. In year 2018, there were 2,790 new remandees. Year 2019, 2,200. Year 2020, 1,633. 2021, 1,768. 2022, 1,627. And 2023, 2,454 new remandees in the respective years. I thank you.
Senator Dr. Richards.
Just for clarity, Minister, the numbers you identified are new remandees per year, or the total number of remandees given your initial statement of 2,053 remandees overall. It sounds like the matse.
For the years I have expressed, they would be new remandees.
Through you, Mr. President, can the minister indicate if, to his knowledge, our prison system is able to accommodate these remandees, or is there overcrowding, given the numbers you've identified?
Minister.
Since I was revealing facts from an historic standpoint, we were able to accommodate every one of them.
Senator.
Thank you. Given the cost identified to house each of these remandees and the number of new remandees identified going into the system between 2018 and 2023, have there been any conversations about alternative measures, including electronic monitoring, etc., to deal with these remandees? Some categories?
Minister.
More than conversations, we have passed and we practice electronic monitoring in Trinidad and Tobago, which facilitates persons while on remand not being incarcerated. We practice that. In addition to that, the very foundation principle of bail allows for persons to be at large, at liberty, while their matters are pending, they being put on bail by the very courts that administer these criminal justice processes. In addition to that, Mr. President, we have, as a government, taken the policy position, amended the law appropriately to decriminalize the possession of marijuana below 60 grams. And that constituted a reduction a substantial reduction in the number of persons who would otherwise have been arrested and on remand pending the finalization of their particular trials. So a lot has been actually done, well beyond conversation. I thank you.
Senator, we have one more here.
Yes, thank you. Finally, Minister, given what I consider the large numbers of new remandees you've identified between 2018 to 2023, would the Minister have information as to whether these remandees are what we would describe as part of a revolving door and charges in and out of the prison system, giving rise to the high recidivism rates we've seen identified in past reports?
Mr. President, the fact that a person was described in my answer as a new remandee does not necessarily mean that bail did not eventually come. These would be new remandees in the respective years. Secondly, the question of the revolving door, there are other methods, other ways in which we as a society treat with those matters. We have, for example, declared that we see crime and violence as public health concerns, and therefore we take a whole of government, whole of society approach to dealing with these. You would have heard the Prime Minister's recent announcement of $100 million to treat with behavioral, attitudinal, cultural, sociological circumstances that lead to young persons getting involved in pathways of crime and finding themselves in the criminal justice system. So as a government, we are constantly aware of some of the issues around the revolving door, as the Senator, in terms of drug treatment and rehabilitation operations and improving their academic and their technical skills while even in the prison, even on remand. These are some of the things we have done to address these issues, quite apart from and in addition to the well-supported formal education process that exists for the benefit of all of the young people in Trinidad and Tobago, opportunities in sport, opportunities in business, and all the other things that we as a society, through this government, would do in that regard. I thank you.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Through you, Mr. President, question number 59 to the Minister of National Security.
I thank you very much yet again, Mr. President. The Commissioner of Police has provided the following data in response to the question, can the minister provide the number of persons on gun-related charges who obtained bail for each year during the period 2018 to 2023? Seems as though for year 2018, 862 persons would have been put on bail for gun-related charges. 2019, 807 persons. 2020, 920 persons. In 2021, 1,000 persons. In 2022, 736 persons, and for 2023, 800 persons. Mr. President, thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. These are quite startling numbers, in my opinion. Would the minister be able to identify through conversations with perhaps the Commissioner of Police or his colleague, the Attorney General, the factors leading to what I describe as these high numbers of persons obtaining bail on gun-related charges, given the fact that we have a significant crime situation and guns are the primary source of driving the murder rate in the country?
Minister.
The question of bail, as the senator might well know, is entirely a question for the courts. And the judges have indicated on every opportunity they had to that they guard very jealously that right, those determinations. We as a parliament, operating independently of the judiciary, have from time to time amended our bail law in order to raise the bar, to ensure that those, particularly those who are repeat offenders in terms of gun-related matters, are not put at liberty again to re-offend. And on one occasion, most recently, when we came to Parliament to refresh that very sensible legislation, our friends on the other side, the opposition that is, the front bench on the other side, they took stout objection to it. And we were taken back to where we were in 1994 in terms of the first passage of bail legislation in this country. So, Mr. President, apart from the discretion exercised by the court under Section 6 of the 1994 Bail Act, there's no other, and we are entirely in the hands of the court in that regard. I thank you.
Thank you. Through you. Thank you, Minister. And I don't know if you have this information based on general information you've received based on the first question, but would you have information as to how many of these persons who received bail between 2018 to 2023, again, I find these numbers startling, to be repeat offenders on gun charges?
I don't have that information presently with me since you did not ask it, but it can quite easily be provided. I thank you.
The next question on the order paper.
Question number 60 to the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, by correspondence dated January 30th, 2024, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs received the following statistics from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, confirming the number of indictments awaiting to be filed each year during the period 2018 to 2023 as follows. Year 2018, outstanding indictments to be filed, 193. 2019, outstanding indictments to be filed, 225. Year 2020, outstanding indictments to be filed, 119. Year 2021, outstanding indictments to be filed, 330. Year 2022, outstanding indictments to be filed, 324. Year 2023, outstanding indictments to be filed, 1 241. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, AG, for the response. Given the conversations in the public domain regarding the backlog in the criminal justice system through various independent agencies, including the Office of the DPP, have there been conversations and or factors proffered for the delays in filing of these indictments that you are aware of that you can share with us?
General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I can confirm that there are conversations. I can confirm that there are developments. Most recently, the passing, thanks to the Senate and the other place, passing of the legislation that abolished preliminary inquiries, but I am not at liberty to disclose the details of those conversations having regard to the offices with which those conversations are taking place, which I respect. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. President, would the AG be able to say if the conversations and recommendations coming out of those would be able to, in his opinion, aid in the reduction of these numbers of indictments awaiting filing in the near future?
All I can say, thank you, Mr. President, is that all conversations that are taking place among the relevant agencies concerned with law and order, prosecution, and justice are aimed at reducing the timeline from the filing of indictments to delivery of verdicts and including time spent on prison. Thank you.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Country-by-Country Reporting by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework and to provide for matters related thereto be now read a second time. This bill is part of a substantial initiative to remove Trinidad and Tobago from the European Union's list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. Essentially, the implementation of the base erosion and profit shifting minimum standards on country-by-country reporting. Let me state at the outset there are amendments I intend to take at the committee stage, which will be circulated shortly, based on comments from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And this is an example of statements I've made previously about constantly moving goalposts. These proposals from the OECD were only received 2 months ago. They were not on the horizon last year or earlier last year. They just came out. I'm told that the in particular base erosion and profit sharing framework evolves every 3 months. So we just have to do what we need to do. I'm hopeful that the amendments that are going to be made will finally comply with the latest requirements of the EU and the OECD. The context of the bill is as follows. The OECD defines base erosion and profit sharing, or BEPS, as tax planning strategies that exploit gaps and mismatches in tax rules to artificially shift profits to low or no tax locations where there is little or no economic activity, or to erode tax bases through deductible payments, such as interest or royalties. This creates unfair advantages for businesses operating internationally over those at a domestic level, undermines the fairness of tax systems, resulting in little or no corporate tax being paid, and can reduce voluntary tax compliance. And if I just give some simple examples, what multinational companies do is that they would seek to declare their income in a low tax or no tax jurisdiction, and therefore they have no tax to pay. So they try to build up expenses and income in that low tax or no tax jurisdiction, although they really don't have a physical presence there and there's nothing going on there. That's one way where they try to shift profits. So they shift profits to a zero tax destination. In terms of base erosion, they will have a charge, an expense charge, based on demand for payment coming from a related foreign entity, which reduces their chargeable income. That's base erosion. So there are two ways they deal with it. They erode the base of their tax obligation, and they also shift profits to a zero tax organization. Now, yes, there's a long history with this, and for many years the OECD didn't pay much attention to it. But the world has changed, and now it is a very, very serious matter. And it is one of the reasons why we are still deemed to be non-compliant by the EU. We became a member of the OECD in 2017, November. And by that I mean a member of the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework. We committed at that time to 4 minimum standards, which include countering harmful tax practices, taking into account transparency and substance, preventing the granting of double taxation treaty benefits in appropriate circumstances, country-by-country reporting, and making dispute resolution mechanisms more effective. The framework that members have committed to report includes reporting on aggregate and anonymized data in respect of country-by-country reporting that they receive under Action 13 of the BEPSIF, which is essentially the country-by-country reporting framework. The data is vital to work under Action 11, which measures the impact of base erosion and profit sharing. As part of the Action 13 minimum standard, and that is of the OECD BEP-IF, jurisdictions have committed to promoting tax transparency by requiring the largest multinational enterprise groups to disclose the global breakdown of their income, taxes, and other indicators of the location of their economic activity. So it's all about disclosure, so that the largest multinational enterprise groups are now required to disclose where they earn their money, how much they earn in each territory, the taxes that they pay, and the location of the economic activity. In the past, they were able to hide and therefore avoid paying taxes. And this requirement to disclose this information has improved tremendously the ability of tax authorities to assess the behavior of these multinational enterprises and also the risk associated with them. The minimum standard has been translated into specific terms of reference and a methodology for a peer review process. The peer review of the Action 13 minimum standard has completed 5 annual reviews in 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 2022. And these reviews cover the areas under review: the domestic legal and administrative framework, the exchange of information framework, and the confidentiality and appropriate use of country-by-country reporting, otherwise known as CBC report. The 6th annual peer review report of the BEPS-IF reflects all aspects of implementation. It contains a review of 136 countries that have submitted legislation or information on the implementation of country-by-country reporting. 58 countries have mandated or permitted the filing of country-by-country reports for 2016, and more than 110 jurisdictions have enacted legislation to impose a country-by-country reporting requirement. I'm also told that as of October 22, there were more than 3,300 relationships for the exchange of country-by-country reports between jurisdictions. This means that virtually every multinational company with a consolidated group turnover of at least 750 million euros already has to submit a country-by-country report. So that's the definition of a large MNE. A company, a multinational company, with a consolidated group turnover of at least 750 million euros. And the work continues, and this is why we keep getting more and more requests out of the EU and the OECD. This legislation requires all large multinational enterprises to file a country-by-country report. They have to report annually and report for each tax jurisdiction in which they operate. The amount of revenue, profit before income tax paid and accrued, as well as the number of employees, stated capital, retained earnings, and tangible assets. Once our exchange of information framework is in place, Trinidad and Tobago will be a recipient of country-by-country reports on all the MNEs that are located here and subsidiaries of multinational enterprises. So it's all about information sharing. So it is very important for us to do this so that we will now, for the first time, get country-by-country reporting on the multinationals that operate in Trinidad and Tobago. And that will help us tremendously in determining whether they're evading taxation. Multinational groups are required to identify each entity within the group that operates in a particular country and provide an indication of the business activities that each entity is engaged in. As a result, tax administrations around the world will receive information on large foreign-owned multinational groups that was previously unavailable. Benefits are obvious. We have undergone peer reviews, Trinidad and Tobago, in all 4 minimum standards, and we are guided by the recommendations, the various recommendations, as I say, they evolve all the time, that have brought us here today. The OECD has undertaken an assessment of our country-by-country reporting framework, and it has led to the development of this legislation that we are debating today. With respect to the EU objectives are to improve tax transparency and good governance globally by ensuring parity in keeping with the standards set by EU member countries. And as an aside, I did mention in a previous debate that an African country had gone to United Nations to file a motion before the UN that instead of us being subjected to standards by the EU and the OECD, that the standards be set by United Nations. And that motion was in fact carried by a vast majority of countries. Trinidad and Tobago voted for that motion, so we'll see where that goes. But for the time being, we must subject ourselves to the EU requirements and the OECD requirements. The EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes was created as a tool which seeks to tackle tax fraud or evasion, tax avoidance, and money laundering. There are 3 pillars in the EU's assessment criteria: transparency, fair competition, and base erosion and profit shifting. Let me just report now on what is going to happen in 2024. The Global Forum Secretariat will be in Trinidad and Tobago from the 4th to 8th of March to conduct an on-site mock phase 2 of the exchange of information reporting, which is aligned to the actual peer review, which will be launched in June 2024. We are sending a questionnaire. We've already begun the peer review process. We'll be sending a exchange of information questionnaire to the Global Forum Secretariat by the end of this month. The on-site mock peer review, as I said, by the Global Forum Secretariat in early March. A report will then be sent by the Global Forum Secretariat to Trinidad and Tobago with an assessment of our compliance with the Global Forum's exchange of information standards and give us an opportunity to address any shortcomings, which we expect to be completed by May 2024. We will analyze, evaluate the comments, and make the necessary changes by the end of May. We will prepare for the official Phase 2 peer review on exchange of information in June 2024, and the on-site peer review is scheduled for September 2024. Once we are successful in all of this, we expect that by the end of this year, 2024, we will either be largely compliant or partially compliant with the OECD and the EU. So this bill that we're about today is all part of that process. If I go straight to the bill, the first clause contains the short title. Second clause is a commencement clause standard, that the commencement date of the bill will be fixed by proclamation by the President. And that is necessary to put systems in place because legislation is not all that they require. It requires to implement. So one of the things we had to do just this week is to get the Board of Inland Revenue to report to us as we send the questionnaire to them, to the Global Forum, on their state of readiness for exchange of information on taxation. Clause 3 is the interpretation clause and defines a number of various entities and things, such as what is a constituent entity, an excluded M&E group, an M&E group, a reporting entity, a surrogate parent entity, an ultimate parent entity, and actually a group itself. With respect to the definition of an excluded multinational group, the advice we have received is that a jurisdiction can implement the TT dollar equivalent of Euro 750 million from 2015 or utilize a more recent rate. So it's up to us to decide whether, let's take a large multinational like BP, certainly will be above 750 million euros in terms of turnover in Trinidad and Tobago. So we can use the January 15 turnover or a more recent rate if we wish. That is equivalent of about 6 billion Trinidad dollars today at the current exchange rate and 5.38 billion in January 2015. So we can choose whichever one we wish. We've noticed that several other jurisdictions in the Caribbean, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, they are pegging the threshold against US dollars as opposed to euros in the sum of about 850 million US dollars. Clause 4 is the filing obligation, places the obligation of filing a country-by-country report on an ultimate parent entity and also on a constituent entity. With reference to Clause 4.4 of the bill, there should be an appropriate reference to Clause 4.2b of the bill and the need to ensure that the country-by-country reporting conforms to Clause 6 and is made through a surrogate parent entity. With respect to the notification requirement in Clause 5, this requires a constituent entity of a multinational group that is resident for tax purposes in Trinidad and Tobago to notify the Board of Inland Revenue as to whether it is the ultimate parent entity or surrogate parent entity or the identity and tax residence of a reporting entity. The time period for reporting is not later than the last day of the reporting fiscal year of the multinational entity and will thus vary from entity to entity. Clause 6 of the bill establishes that the Board of Inland Revenue, by guidelines under Section 22, will issue guidelines in relation to the content and format of a country-by-country report and the method for filing. The advice we have just received from the OECD tells us there's a requirement to exchange country-by-country reports using the OECD XML schema, which includes additional information on tax information numbers and the address of the constituent entities on the report. Again, all in an effort to close any gaps, loopholes, to nail down these multinational entities. Some countries require the reports to be filed by the multinational entities on the schema in which the information is included. We are not going to do that because we need to make sure that Our system includes taxpayer identification numbers and addresses as required elements for filing. Otherwise, we will not have all of the information that we need to exchange. While it does not need to be included in the primary legislation, there's a requirement to publish the details of the full content and format requirements of the country-by-country report. This can be in secondary regulation. So that not only if this bill is approved by Parliament will we be moving towards compliance, but we will also move towards a system where there will be publication of country-by-country reports on multinational entities. With respect to the time for filing, Clause 7 mandates that the country-by-country report should be filed with the board no later than 12 months after the last day of the reporting fiscal year. This would mean that the first country-by-country report would be due in 2025 or 2026, depending on the fiscal year of those multinational entities operating in Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 8 establishes the use that may be made of the country-by-country report. If you look at the clause carefully, it is largely dependent on international cooperation through qualifying competent authority agreements. In the OECD model legislation, there is also permissible usage, among other things, for assessing high-level transfer pricing risks and assessing the risk of non-compliance by members of a multinational group with applicable transfer pricing rules. However, there's not yet any comprehensive transfer pricing framework in Trinidad and Tobago, but we are working actively on this with help from the International Institute of Accountants. Country-by-country reporting will provide the Board of Inland Revenue with a global picture of the operations of multinational corporations. The board can then use this information to conduct high-level transfer pricing risk assessments and evaluate other base erosion and profit-sharing risks. So there is a relationship between transfer pricing, base erosion, and profit shifting. They're all more or less the same thing. It's all attempts by multinational companies to create expenditure and then shift their profits to zero-tax jurisdictions. Clause 9 is about confidentiality. It guarantees the preservation of confidentiality in relation to information contained in a country-by-country report on the basis of the standard under the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. So it's not everything that will be published. With respect to Clause 10, Clause 10 of the bill establishes record-keeping provisions that are applicable for a minimum of 6 years. Clause 11 requires the Registrar General to forward on a 6-month frequency a list of enterprises registered under the Companies Act, Registration of Business Names Act, and Non-Profit Organization Act. This will allow the Board of Inland Revenue to verify whether a constituent entity is resident in Trinidad and Tobago for tax purposes. Clause 12 mandates constituent entities to provide the Board of Inland Revenue with information necessary to determine whether they are in compliance with the Act. This obligation also requires a constituent entity to take all necessary steps to bring the information to Trinidad and Tobago where it is outside of Trinidad and Tobago. There are some typographical errors in the bill that was drawn to my attention by the drafters and also by a senator here. There's an incorrect reference to the board in Clause 12.1 that will be addressed in due course. Clauses 13, errors in country-by-country reporting. 15, fake country-by-country report. 16, altering, destroying, mutilating, or obliterating a country-by-country report. And 17, hindering or obstructing the board. All of these clauses, 13, 15, 16, 17, give teeth to the country-by-country reporting regime. They establish penalties for the failure to correct errors in a country-by-country report within 14 days of having been notified of same by the Board of Inland Revenue. knowingly making or submitting a false country-by-country report, altering, destroying, mutilating, obliterating, hiding, or removing a country-by-country report which has been submitted to the Board of Inland Revenue, hindering or obstructing the Board of Inland Revenue from performing a function under the bill. The fines range from $250,000 to $500,000, and there's a term of imprisonment of up to 10 years for those offenses. Clause 14 deals with the avoidance of obligation, and it is designed to ensure that obligations under this Act will persist even when entities enter into agreements for the purpose of trying to avoid the obligations under this Act. So it voids any agreement that is in conflict with this legislation. Clause 18 gives the right of appeal. Again, the actions of the Board of Inland Revenue as they relate to country-by-country reporting will be subject to the supervision of the High Court, as is quite standard. Clause 19 gives the board the power to administer administrative fines, and this is a feature of this type of legislation that is coming to the fore in recent times. I think it's coming up in FATF as well. The whole question of giving competent authorities the ability to administer administrative fines. So Clause 19 gives the Board of Inland Revenue the power to impose administrative fines. It's a recurrent theme within the OECD, and it is necessary to demonstrate the effectiveness of the legislation through the ability to mandate compliance. The fines will be circumscribed by regulations to be made. Penalties are outlined in Clause 20. Clause 20 creates a criminal offense where a reporting entity fails to comply with the reporting requirements for country-by-country reporting. The penalty is a fine of $250,000. Clause 21 gives the Minister of Finance the power to make regulations under the Act and permits administrative fines in those regulations to be up to $100,000 and offenses $250,000. Clause 22 of the bill permits the Board of Inland Revenue to issue guidelines for the purpose of assisting with compliance, and these guidelines will be published in the Gazette. To sum it up, Mr. President, this bill will support the government's initiative to make us compliant with the Global Forum and the EU and address some of the recommendations received through the BEPS Action 13 peer review process in 2021. It will enable Trinidad and Tobago to implement a domestic legal and regulatory framework to impose and enforce country-by-country reporting obligations. It will allow us to take the necessary steps to bring into force a qualified competent authority agreement with various countries of the BEPS inclusive framework that meet the conditions of confidentiality, consistency, and appropriate use conditions with which Trinidad and Tobago has an international exchange of information agreement in force. It will allow for the automatic exchange of information. This will further enable our competent authority, the Board of Inland Revenue, to take the appropriate steps and put in place the necessary processes and written procedures to ensure that the exchange of information takes place in a way that is consistent with the exchange of information framework. Country-by-country reporting is an important tool for tax administration. It allows tax authorities an opportunity to view multinational companies that operate in our jurisdiction from a global perspective. It's part of a three-tiered approach to transfer pricing documentation, alongside a master file containing standardized information relevant to all members of a multinational group, and a local file relating specifically to material transactions by members of a group in our country. The country-by-country reports alone will not prove that a multinational group is involved in base erosion or profit sharing, but when read together with the master file, the local file, and all other information available to tax authorities, they can provide important indicators of where tax avoidance, tax leakage, and tax risk
if I could just
exist. Sure.
Thank you, through you, Mr. President. Two quick questions. How does this legislation, if at all, well, I'm sure it will, affect our investment rating in Trinidad and Tobago with compliance part 1. And part 2, you referenced the motion to the UN earlier on in your presentation. And there were quite a number of meetings related to CARICOM leaders, including Prime Minister Keith Rowley, Prime Minister Mia Motley, I think Prime Minister Hollis and others, who were quite disturbed as having to jump through these hoops every couple of months to remain compliant or becoming grey or blacklisted. And if you can give us a status of this and where that is because of the impact, the potential impact on our economies, because we are the smaller players in a global scenario. Thank you.
Certainly. This is certainly going to help us in terms of investment, in terms of correspondent banking, in terms of our relationships with foreign banks. It will help Trinidad and Tobago in our quest to become an international banking center. But with respect to the matter that you spoke about, although the motion was passed in the United Nations, you still have the OECD and the EU in charge of the Global Forum. And international pressure will have to be brought to bear on these organizations by the countries that are members of the UN to allow the United Nations standard to be the standard rather than a standard being imposed by these advanced economies. It's interesting that all the advanced economies voted against Ebusha. That was interesting. And one expects that because they want to be in control. They want to be able to set the standards. So it's good. It's a lot of work, but there's sufficient pressure from the majority of countries in the world, not just in CARICOM, to move away from this dominance and this control by the OECD and the EU.
What happens to multinational companies, through you, Mr. President, who run afoul of this legislation, who are significantly embedded in our economy, and who are sanctioned internationally in terms of its impact on our local domestic economy when they are, in some instances, large multinationals and they run afoul? What happens? What are our insulations and the protections for our economy? Thank you.
This bill is going to impose penalties if they breach the provisions of this legislation. The world has changed. I was talking to someone yesterday who was doing business for the government, and it is not so easy for these companies anymore to run and duck and hide and get away. I think as time passes and this sort of action becomes more powerful, and especially if it is driven by the United Nations rather than the advanced economies, I think that the multinationals will have to comply. They have no choice. Okay? So, as I said, the country-by-country reports are not proof that a multinational group is involved in base erosion and profit shifting. But if you add everything together, tax authorities can certainly determine whether somebody's cheating. The country-by-country report is a significant thing to determine, together with everything else that a tax authority used to assess whether a company is cheating or not. We will determine how best to use these country-by-country reports. It's simply a tool available to us to do our own tax risk assessments. We, as I said, believe that we will be successful at the end of this year. We'll see. Let's hope it doesn't evolve again. But I can assure members, I know it's tedious, but I will come to the Parliament every time it is required to get this thing done. Even as we speak, I am hearing about further requirements. So we may be dealing with these matters from now until June. But I am hopeful that by the end of June, all legislation will be passed, all amendments made, and it is then up to implementation by our Board of Inland Revenue to get these things done. This is going to create a robust and flexible system to ensure tax transparency, fair competition, allow us to update our double taxation treaties, and allow timely exchange of information to get us off the EU list. But apart from all of that, apart from getting us off the non-compliant list, I trust senators understand how important it will be to us that we will get access to these country-by-country reports so we can determine whether a multinational company is evading, avoiding tax, shifting their profits, trying to weaken the tax base, and so on. I beg to move, Mr. President.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question for debate, just a few reminders. Number one, should there be any amendments to the bill that is before us, please circulate them before we start committee stage. And then secondly, outside of an introduction as well as a conclusion, which is designed to create context and summary, please do refer to the particular clauses in the bill upon which you will be stating your opinions and arguments so that everybody can follow along accordingly. Honourable Senators, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Country-by-Country Reporting, CBCR, by multinational entities relative to the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework and to provide for matters related thereto be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Mr. President, I'm very pleased to speak on this matter that is before this bill that is before us, which is addressing what has been deemed and which provides for country-by-country reporting by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework. Now, Mr. President, it is clear that Trinidad and Tobago is coming way behind many other countries when it comes to this tardy approach to matters that the government of Trinidad and Tobago was clearly aware of since it arrived on the compound in 2015, September the 7th. You would have listened to the Honourable Minister indicate to this Honourable Senate in response to a question by Senator Dr. Paul Richards about the advantages, the benefits that we will derive as a nation when this thing is effected. When we are removed from the so-called blacklist or non-cooperative jurisdiction, we talk about investment. Our investment, environment, and space will improve. We understand also, Mr. President, that we will be able to catch the culprits who have been evading taxes and who have been aggressively avoiding taxes in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, let's deal with what is this base erosion and profit shifting bill all about. We are being told by the Honourable Minister of Finance that every time he comes to this parliament to present a measure to get us off the blacklist, to get us off this non-cooperative jurisdiction. More amendments are coming from the Global Forum. More amendments are coming from the OECD. But why? Why is this thing taking place? Mr. President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago owes the population of this country a public apology. Mr. President, would you believe we are talking about tax transparency or transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes? That is what this is about. And it is aimed, Mr. President, at dealing with tax evasion and illicit financial flows. That is what this base erosion and all the other pieces of legislation that we have passed in this parliament since 2020, 21, 22, and recently 23, and just a couple of weeks ago, a miscellaneous provision where we amended 7 pieces of legislation, Companies Act and Registrar General's Department, among others. Mr. President, the minister has indicated that when we are talking about base erosion and profit shifting, is a tool that is used by multinational enterprises and corporations, whether they be in the energy sector, whether they be in manufacturing. Because I want this Honorable Senate to note, we are not only speaking about multinational corporations in the energy sector. We are talking about other companies. And we have a series of conglomerates in Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, you know them. And they too will be captured by this legislation. The question that we have to ask is, why has it taken this country and this government and the Minister of Finance all these years, Mr. President, to bring basic legislation that they know with the appropriate amendments we will give the necessary consideration to? Why? You know how much billions of dollars this government has caused this country to lose because of their laziness and their incompetence? Mr. President, this is economic treason that this government has committed against this country. And they come today, the Minister of Finance, he makes no apologies to the country for his failure to bring a piece of legislation, Mr. President, that this honorable minister promised the European Union, the Global Forum, the OECD, in a letter that I have in my possession, dated the 21st of November 2017, and signed by who? the Minister of Finance. You know, in this letter, I wouldn't bore you. I could give you a copy of it and circulate it to all members. But in this letter that was signed by the Minister of Finance and addressed to the chair of the Code of Conduct Group, Business Taxation in Brussels, Mr. President, you know what commitment he gave? Not on his behalf, you know. Not on behalf of Colm Imbert, you know. The Honorable Colm Imbert, Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast, and the Honorable Minister of Finance.
One second. Senator Mark, Senator Mark. So, number one, I've repeated many times in this chamber, it's Minister of Finance. We use the titles in this Senate ascribed to the individuals when they're in here. So it's Minister of Finance.
Apologies, the Honorable Minister of Finance. And I think he's acting Prime Minister. He should be in Hollywood. The amount of acting he has gotten, Mr. President. But Mr. President, let's come back to the reality of this letter here. The Honorable Minister of Finance, in a letter dated the 21st of November 2017, promised the European Union, promised the OECD, promised the Global Forum that the government of Trinidad and Tobago will pass into law on the 30th of June 2019 the base erosion and profit shifting legislation. That is what the Minister of Finance in black and white promised, Mr. President. June 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Why did the minister not bring legislation to the Parliament for passage? Was the minister protecting and defending his finances?
Right, so Senator Mark, that line of argument is not allowed. It's imputing improper motives. I would ask you to not go down that road.
I will not go down that road. We will deal with that on the public platform. We will do that publicly. And we dare him to sue us. We dare him to sue us, Mr. President. But Mr. President, let me address you, please. This is a serious matter. Mr. President, here it is. The minister just told us a short while ago that we have no transfer pricing legislation in the country. And under the minimum standard, which has 4 principles that he outlined a short while ago during his contribution, Mr. President, he made it very clear that does not exist. But Mr. President, I want to remind your good self and this Honorable Senate, if you go, and I have all the documents here, if you go to the budget of 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, what was the Minister of Finance ponging into the heads of the country? The need for transfer pricing legislation. And the minister said action was being taken to address this in 2016, in 2017, in 2018, in 2019. And in 2020, it disappeared. Why? But Mr. President, I want to tell you, there is a report that I recently discovered. And it deals with ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America. It's a UN body, Mr. President. And in this report, they talk about transfer pricing, and they talk about BEPS, B-E-P-S, tax-based erosion and profit shifting. That is the scheme, that is the technique that is used by multinational enterprises, multinational corporations, whatever form they take. Conglomerates, energy sector companies, digital companies, it doesn't matter. They all practice, Mr. President, the same methodology, the same technique. To do what? To rob us. To rob the people of our country of their fair share of taxes. That is what this thing is about, you know. It is about tax liability. It's about eroding our tax base. It is about not providing the government with the revenue necessary for public service. Mr. President, that is what this is about. And Mr. President, I can't understand why a government conscious of this particular matter would take almost 8.5 years. 2019, Mr. President, and we are now being told that we have to pass this legislation. And you know, Mr. President, the minister tells us peer review coming at the end of March, you know. And then we go into another round, and he said by September of 2024, a second peer review. And if all goes well, it will be okay. We'll pass. So we have to go through all this because of the incompetence of a government, Mr. President. Mr. President, in 2018, this was written in 2017. You know what happened in 2018? ECLAC revealed that Trinidad and Tobago lost through transfer pricing by the multinational companies in oil and gas, more so gas. You know what you lose? You know what you lost, rather, Mr. President? They have estimated in this report on page 21, just on. ECLAC. Yes. Page 42 of this report. You know what they told us, Mr. President? Under this government, because of their refusal to bring legislation to deal with transfer pricing involving multinational energy companies, Trinidad and Tobago, our country, lost between $8 billion to $13 billion in 2018, according to ECLAC report. And you know the name of the report, Mr. President? I know I can't show you. But the name of the report is Navigating Transfer Pricing Risk in the Gas Sector in Trinidad and Tobago. And they were doing with Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. And in this report, Mr. President, they tell us, they told the world that the government was sleeping at the wheels. And we end up losing through transfer pricing, Mr. President, between 8 and 13 billion TT dollars. And you want to impose property tax on me? You want to impose property tax on me and the people of this country when you could have gotten between 8 and 13 billion dollars, Mr. President? That is what you want to do? Mr. President, this is economic treason. They should be put on trial in the court of public opinion. But Mr. President, don't worry. It's coming. Either this year
or next year, they will be put on trial. The people will find them guilty or innocent. It is the masses to determine that. But we have so much to expose, I think that they'll be buried. Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I bring this to your attention so that you could understand the gravity of the situation that we are facing as a nation. So you come now. The EU doesn't trust the government. They don't trust them. That's why every time they come with something, it's weak. So they say, that will come in with more. You'll come with this. Otherwise, non-cooperation. And who is facing that backlash? It is us. It is us, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are threatened with banking, correspondent banking, we could be in trouble. In terms of investment, we could be in trouble, Mr. President, because of the tardiness of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, this government must go in. They have to go. Mr. President, imagine, Mr. President, tiny Barbados, since 2021, they are more of the list. They are off the list because they don't have the PNM. They don't have the PNM, Mr. President. They have a government in Barbados that is committed to transparency, accountability, and they are promoting the interests of the people of Barbados as far as is practically possible. So, Mr. President, we have gone through this bill, and we want to strengthen it too. So you ain't getting only amendments from the EU, you know. You're getting amendments from us too. Because we realize that you're trying to weaken the bill. You're trying to weaken the bill. So we intend to strengthen the bill, Mr. President. Because you know why, Mr. President? We are nationalists, we are patriots. We want to get off the blacklist. We want to get off the blacklist. And we want to at least be able to make investors come here and feel comfortable. We want to attract investors here. And Mr. President, when you attract investors here and they do not engage in underhandedness and engage in transfer pricing, Mr. President, then it means to say that Trinidad and Tobago and its citizens will be able to get a greater share, a fairer part of what they are entitled to, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, when we look at the bill that we have before us, Mr. President, nowhere, I looked at the Barbados legislation. They have competent authority. And who is the competent authority? In their case, is the Minister of Finance. In our case, is the Board of Inland Revenue. That is what is in the legislation. The Board of Inland Revenue is the center of gravity in terms of the reporting by the multinational entities and these groupings. But you know, the Minister of Finance and his Attorney General, for some reason, they have put nothing here. I have seen nothing in the definition and interpretation section dealing with competent authority. Who is the competent authority in the legislation? I see competent agreement between countries, Mr. President, and there's a definition for that. But nowhere in the legislation are we being advised by the government of Trinidad and Tobago who is the competent authority. Put the Board of Inland Revenue. because they are the competent authority. Why don't want to put the Board of Inland Revenue? I am telling you what I have before me.
You say you want to do like Barbados?
No. Barbados doesn't have the current Minister of Finance. Barbados does not have the current Minister of Finance. Yeah, they may have the IMF. I think after this government, we're going into the jaws of the IMF.
That's where you're going?
After, because the government is taking us there, Mr. President. That is where it's going. So, Mr. President, I've looked through the legislation, and there are many parts of this legislation that leave a lot to be desired. Mr. President, what is country by country reporting? What is the definition? Mr. President, you remember this government will not be here after next year. They're gone. They're gone. The people are going to spit them out. But the reality is you must bring legislation that the ordinary man could understand and appreciate and read. So you leave out reporting, country by country reporting. What is the definition of that? We had to listen to what the minister said a short while ago while he spoke. So why that is not in the definition or interpretation section? Mr. President, why? So we are asking the minister that, among other things, we want him to consider incorporating that definition. What is an enterprise? We want you to incorporate. You see, we are trying to help the minister because the minister is not able to provide the OECD and the Global Forum with the kind of legislation required to take Trinidad and Tobago off the list of non-cooperative jurisdiction. He has failed miserably since he became the Minister of Finance. Mr. President, you know what the minister didn't tell us? And I want him to address it when he's winding up. 750 million euros, 5 million TT, gross sales. He never told us once in his presentation. He talked about multinational enterprises, multinational corporations. I spoke about multinational within the energy sector. The minister never told us that this will incorporate local conglomerates. He never told us that. So is Agostini going to be part of it? Because their sales would be above what we're talking about. So is Massey going to be above that? Is Massey going to be part of it? Is Ansel Makal going to be part of it? Is Blue Waters going to be part of it? We don't know, Mr. President, because the minister did not enlighten the Parliament on this matter. And that is why I raised the point a short while ago, that whether this late arrival of this document before us has to do with any other motive. That is why I raised that question, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, as I said, in the document, we talk about international standards, accounting practices. In the document, in this bill, international accounting practices. I know about international accounting standards, but I see they use the concept. I think they need to talk to the Honorable Minister of Public Administration, who is a professional accountant. and understands these principles. That is left out. And not only is it left out, there's no reference in the interpretation section to what this international accounting practices are all about. We don't know. That is embedded in the legislation, Mr. President. But if you want to understand what it means, and is it consistent with international accounting standards and the institution that is associated with it, it is not in the interpretation and definition section, which it ought to be, so that ordinary people who have to read this will understand that there's a link between the international accounting standards and the international accounting organization that promotes that. So I will understand the definition of it. So, and Mr. President, what is more alarming, and we take the strongest objection. How can a minister stand up in this parliament and address the Honorable President and the Senate, says he has amendments to be incorporated into the legislation? The standing order says that those amendments are supposed to be circulated whilst we are debating this matter. Otherwise, they have to be subject to a separate debate. So in other words, why is the minister hiding? Why did the minister not table those amendments and have them circulated as you have instructed? And Mr. President, what committee stage? So you want to ambush us? No, we are not challenging no president.
Hold on, Senator Mark, have a seat. So that line or that point that you're making in relation to something the chair would have stated earlier, I thought that was very clear in relation to what needs to happen. It's something that we've done several times in relation to other pieces of legislation. So it's not in question here. I would ask you to move on in your contribution.
I am not querying you, sir. I understand my role because I've been there. So I understand my role. I am not querying you and not questioning you. And if you feel that way, I apologize to you, sir. Right? You see these men and women there? I question them.
Senator, all right. Just Senator Mark.
The honourable members.
Have a seat. Right? We've spoken to it. It's been answered. Move on.
Thank you, President. You know I always observe your rules. Right. Mr. President, I know that you read a lot. And I know my friend from San Fernando. Mr. President, I have a document entitled Pioneering Global Progress in Tax Transparency, a Journey of Transformation and Development. It's a 2023 Global Forum Annual Report, Mr. President. Mr. President, this report talks about round 1 overall rating, round 2 overall rating. You, Mr. President, when we talk about rating, you understand what we are talking about. Round 1 is like phase 1. Round 1 deals with the legal, regulatory, and administrative framework. Mr. President, it deals with confidentiality. It deals with how we are going to use information. And under this framework, Mr. President, you have what is called automatic information exchange, or you can have automatic information exchange on request. These are the ratings that you are judged by in order to determine, Mr. President, if you will be accepted within the club called the Global Forum. Mr. President,
In the document I have before me, on page 50, 2023 report, jurisdiction, Trinidad and Tobago. This is the embarrassment that we are facing. Round 1, overall rating, Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, non-compliant. Mr. President, as it relates to round 2, they leave it blank. They even go on to round 2 yet. Round 2 is implementation, operationalization of the legal, regulatory, and administrative framework, Mr. President. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has not satisfied round 1 in terms of rating. Mr. President, when you go to Trinidad and Tobago on page, this Annex P, Mr. President, of this global report, Global Forum report. And it talks about core requirement, domestic legal framework, international legal framework, overall determination.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
These are sections of the legislation that must be satisfied. You didn't say so? Yeah, these are sections that have to be satisfied. And every one, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, everyone, 7 core standards, not in place, not in place, not in place, non-compliant, non-compliant, non-compliant. This is a shame and disgrace that this government has brought this nation. Mr. President, they have provided no cooperation. They are non-compliant.
Mr. President,
and they come here.
Point of order, please. 53(1)B.
So, Senator Mark, the point of order raised speaks to tedious repetition. And at this point, you have just about 4 more minutes left. So we've gone from the introduction, which creates context, straight into the summary of what it is that you're saying. I've heard about one point being repeated for the majority of your contribution. You spoke to the bill that is before us in relation to the definitions and what you would like to see inside it, but I've not yet heard anything in relation to the 22 clauses that are in this bill. If you have anything to say with those clauses, I would ask you to bring it forward now. If not, you only have 4 minutes. You have to wrap up.
The principles and policy of this bill. The principles and policies of this bill is contained in my contribution. And I can tell you, Mr. President, I don't have to go through every clause and tell you or tell this honorable House, Mr. President.
Oh, Senator Mark, have a seat. Yes, you went through the principles of the bill. You've responded to one point that the Minister of Finance has made, and that has been on repeat for almost 40 minutes. Hence the reason why 53(1)B is being upheld. I'm asking you now, if you have anything to say in relation to the clauses in the bill, bring it forward. Otherwise, you are being tedious in your repetition.
Mr. President, may I continue, please? I advise you, I would like you to join me, sir. Go to clause 11, sir. Go to clause 11. The Registrar General shall forward to the board at least once every 6 months a list of enterprises registered under the following acts. And you can see it for yourself, Mr. President. The question here, Mr. President, is that there's need for a certain degree of competency, capability, capacity at that particular office. If we are to observe And if we are to effect our obligations, and if we are to reach the standards necessary to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago is not being taken advantage of. So that is a very important factor that we have to take on board. So the role, Mr. President, of the Registrar General's Department is critical. The role of the Board of Inland Revenue is extremely important as outlined in the legislation. And therefore, the government will have to ensure, with the support of Global Forum, that the technical cooperation and assistance that is required to strengthen these institutions are put in place so that we can get our fair share of returns on this particular piece of legislation. So, Mr. President, the other point I'd like to raise before I close, the Board of Inland Revenue will issue guidelines. Well, these guidelines will not be subject to any overview by the Parliament. So we are making an amendment to ensure that the Parliament has a big role. And Mr. President, if you go to clause 22, you'll see regulations. The minister whimsically makes regulations on his own to govern this piece of legislation without any reference to the Parliament. So we are saying under clause 22 of this legislation that it be amended, Mr. President, to ensure that clause 22 is subject to an affirmative resolution of the both houses of Parliament. So that is another area, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I know that my time is up. I'd just like to wind up by indicating, Mr. President, that this bill that we have before us is needed to get us off the blacklist from the non-cooperative jurisdiction status. We want this bill to be strengthened. We will do everything to strengthen legislation, and we hope at the end of the day, the government will accede to our amendments, along with those of the OECD and the Global Forum, so that we can get off the blacklist at the end of the day. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. President. At a time, not just here in Trinidad and Tobago, but all over the world, when most people are living from paycheck to paycheck, more often than not having more month left over than money in their pocket, some of the richest amongst us pay little or nothing in taxes. And this was recently exemplified, where a Manhattan jury found 2 Trump Organization companies guilty on multiple charges of criminal tax fraud and falsification of business records connected to a 15-year scheme to defraud tax authorities by failing to report and pay taxes on compensation for top executives. A clear case of tax evasion and fraud, both of which are unlawful. Multimillionaires, billionaires like Jeff Bezos, Michael Bloomberg, Mark Zuckerberg, Robert Murdoch, Bill Gates have also, through tax avoidance schemes, managed to pay only a tiny fraction of the hundreds of millions, if not billions, they should properly have paid and should be paying in taxes. And transnational corporations are no different. What this bill seeks to address is the ability of multinational enterprises or transnational corporations to adjust the transfer prices amongst their subsidiaries, thereby enabling them to shift profits from high tax to low tax jurisdictions. The ability on the part of transnational corporations, or as is referred to, MNEs, to misprice or to re-invoice trade transactions using sophisticated networks. So in particular, by exploiting tax havens through the use of various schemes, which enable them to avoid paying taxes in countries where they make a lot of money. Transnational corporations get to double dip on profits, first by being able to extract natural resources, whether it's in the energy, agriculture, or service sectors, and then by being able to minimize the rent and taxes they ought properly to be paying in relation to the profits earned via exploitation of those natural or other resources. It is estimated that around US $420 billion in corporate taxes is shifted out of 79 countries every year. Billions in lost revenue for those countries. There are three major channels that transnational corporations can use to shift profits out of a country: debt shifting, registering intangible assets such as intellectual property in tax havens, and a technique known as strategic transfer pricing. Now, without going into the specifics, the bottom line is that instead of paying taxes on the profits they make, transnational corporations, or MNEs, are able to use these channels to shift profits from the country where they should be paying their taxes to a tax haven where little or no taxes are paid. Now, the root of the problem lies in the way international corporate income is taxed. And it may be worth noting that the current tax system was devised over a century ago, when transnational corporations were not as common as they are today. Now, I mean, historically, you did have corporations like the West India Company and the East India Company. And even then, they have always been powerful. They've always been politically influential. Fast forward to the 21st century, today's transnational corporations are multi-headed hydras that are able to make up and to run separate accounts for each subsidiary company as though it is an entirely independent entity through the legal fiction of separate corporate personality. So as such, transnational corporations are able to shift profits and losses like pawns on a chessboard throughout this global network of related companies, subsidiaries, and tax havens. So the bill is an attempt by governments around the world in cooperating towards the stemming of these channels and otherwise creative accounting on the part of transnational corporations through, as we have heard, the use of country reports and validation processes. Now, this legislation is important for us, not only because it will require us to actively participate in the global effort towards reducing transnational tax evasion and avoidance. It's also important because it offers us an opportunity, as Senator Mark has pointed out, to retain money that should properly come to this country in taxes. Money that could have been and should be used by government for policies that improve the lives of citizens instead of being given to shareholders of these rich and powerful transnational corporations. So in a nutshell, because it will allow us to view transnationals operating in Trinidad and Tobago from a global perspective, this legislation is an attempt to stem the steady flight of unpaid taxes from this country. Now, citizens complain about the property tax because it touches them directly. And you could look at it and you could speak about it in actual dollar terms. But the shifting of taxes to tax havens on the part of transnational corporations is generally invisible. It's complex. It's not something that the man on the priority bus route is going to be thinking about in the ordinary course of things. And yet, it is equally, if not even more important. because this is a form of corruption which permeates the economic life of many countries. This is about cheating the public revenue on a grand scale. When transnational corporations fail to pay their fair share of taxes, it is a misuse, even an abuse of the system. When transnational corporations are able to unfairly and to unjustly ferret away money they should have paid in taxes, it makes it difficult for the government to raise fiscal revenue, which in turn negatively impacts the equitable distribution of net revenue. So it is in the interests of Trinidad and Tobago to join in this global alliance and to establish systems which will contribute to the fight against those who make huge profits and yet don't pay their share of taxes. Before I close, I would just like to highlight the fact, as we have heard from the Honourable Minister, that the legislation is a necessary prerequisite for Trinidad and Tobago to get off the EU list of non-compliant jurisdictions. And while that may be a laudable goal in and of itself, I would like to suggest that there's another reason why we would want to get off that list. And it has to do with trade. Citizens may not realize this, but we have a very favorable trade balance with Europe. In fact, we substantially export more to Europe than we import from Europe. According to a statement put out by the EuroCham-TT, the European Chamber of Commerce, dated 16th July 2023, the value of goods entering the EU with no duties in 2022 from Trinidad and Tobago was 5.6 billion euro, representing 32% of this country's exports. And the bulk of those exports coming from the energy sector, such as petroleum, methanol, and hydrocarbon-related products. Conversely, the value of imports into Trinidad and Tobago from the EU was euro 1.1 billion, mainly in the form of motor vehicles and products for commercial and industrial usage. So this legislation is going to go a long way towards ensuring that this important relationship is not jeopardized, especially when it offers so much opportunity in terms of non-energy exports and the services sector. Opportunities, I think, we have not fully developed. We still have a lot of chance to cultivate and exploit. The other thing I would like to put on our radar, and this is just as important, I think, as the legislation we are considering today, is the need to finalize the process to adhere to the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, which was signed in 2008. In particular, our obligation to remove tariffs on goods emanating from Europe. Under the agreement, as it was signed, the Europeans immediately removed tariffs on all goods originating from CARICOM countries entering into their markets, including Trinidad and Tobago. And we were given 25 years, between 2009 to 2033, within which to reciprocate by gradually reducing tariffs. But notwithstanding legislation having been passed and all the necessary legal instruments having been put in place for those tariff cuts, we are among the last 5 CARIFORUM countries remaining to give notice of ratification. And this needs to be addressed, especially as it will enable citizens greater access to quality goods at a lower price. We should make this a high trade priority. Our focus shouldn't only be on getting off the EU list of non-compliant jurisdictions. And so I hope my recommendations will be given favorable consideration, and I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate this afternoon on this very important piece of legislation, the Base Erosion and Profit Sharing Inclusive Framework Country-by-Country Report in Bill 2023, some 22 clauses in length. Mr. President, the base erosion and profit shifting, commonly known as BEPS, concerns a pressing issue that is affecting economies worldwide. And I take the opportunity to compliment the Honourable Minister of Finance, Acting Prime Minister, for bringing this legislation to the House. And to ask this August Chamber to support the effort to pass this legislation so that we can address some important issues giving rise to the concept of BEPS. As recently as the 24th of November 2023, the Honourable Minister of Finance is recorded in Hansard as telling us that the government, of which I am proud to be part, led a team from the Ministry of Finance, the Tax Treaty Unit, the Board of Inland Revenue, the Office of the Attorney General, to establish a high-level committee to deal with the problem created by BEPS, the placement by the European Union of Trinidad and Tobago on a list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. The committee continues to work with the Global Forum Secretariat through intense technical assistance towards a common goal of preparing the necessary legislative, administrative, and operational improvements to undergo the peer review to protect the integrity of the global financial system and to comply with the EU requirements. Unquote. Mr. President, this committee continues to work in tandem with the European Commission and the Global Forum Secretariat through intensive technical assistance towards a common goal of preparing the necessary legislative, administrative, and operational requirements and improvements to undergo its Phase 2 peer review in order to protect the integrity of the global financial system, inclusive of the EU financial system. This commitment, Mr. President, is evident today and the very reason why we stand here in this chamber. The emphasis on international compliance reflects a recognition of shared values, mutual respect, and a commitment to addressing global challenges collectively. The government's approach reinforces its commitment to foster transparency, fairness, integrity in the global tax system that supports economic growth and social equity. By aligning tax rules with economic substance and preventing the artificial shifting of profits, Trinidad and Tobago can safeguard its tax bases and promote sustainable development. In today's globalized economy, Mr. President, multinational corporations operate across borders, leveraging various jurisdictions to minimize their tax liabilities. We've heard of that in detail from the Honourable Minister of Finance, and I will not repeat that which he has so eloquently put before us. And we recognize, Mr. President, that while tax planning is a legitimate business practice, concerns have emerged and continue to exist regarding the erosion of tax bases and the shifting of profits to low-tax jurisdictions, depriving governments of essential revenue. And it is in response to these challenges that Trinidad and Tobago has recognized the need for concerted action to address BEPS. Mr. President, I wish to place emphasis on the fact that the Global Forum Bill, which was debated and passed in the other House, in the other place on November 24th, 2023, is geared to address Trinidad and Tobago's placement on the EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions. And by Global Forum Bill, I refer to the miscellaneous provisions, Trustees, Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Securities, Tax Information Exchange Agreements, the Non-Profit Organizations, and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act 2023. I make the point here, and I will return to it, that the bill that we have before this August chamber today is part of a package of legislation that this government is committed to passing, has already passed, and will be returning to the Senate to address. This is not a one-off waving of a magic wand to solve all perceived challenges. It requires hard work, it requires attention to detail, it requires research, and it requires discussions with multilateral agencies and of other governments so that we get it right on a continuing basis. Trinidad and Tobago's placement, Mr. President, on the EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes, as this House will be aware, is as a result of 3 criteria. The first is the non-compliant rating by the Global Forum. Second, the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices. And importantly, the inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting, the anti-BEPS measures. And it is this bill before this August chamber today by which we attempt to address the third criteria. Mr. President, the first standard agreed and implemented provides for the international exchange of information on request, where a tax authority can request a particular piece of information to progress a tax investigation. The second provides for the international automatic exchange of information, where a predefined set of information on financial accounts held by non-residents is automatically exchanged every year. This exchange is underpinned by ensuring that the information is kept confidential, properly safeguarded, and particular requirements are placed on jurisdictions to address this and to ensure it. The Global Forum monitors the worldwide implementation of these standards and conducts peer reviews to ensure that the standards are implemented effectively. It also serves as a forum, and that is important, for its members to discuss these issues and delivers capacity building and technical assistance to members to support them in implementing the standards. Mr. President, the base erosion and profit shifting pillar, the third pillar, provides for the introduction of country-by-country reporting requirements in line with BEPS Action 13. Country by country. One doesn't need a definition section to understand what is meant by a country. A country such as Trinidad and Tobago and its reporting relationships to another country, a European country, Sweden. One does not need a definition section to define country-by-country reporting. A CBC report, country-by-country report, provides local tax authorities visibility to revenue, income, tax paid on accrued, employment, capital, retained earnings, tangible assets, and activities. It provides tax authorities information to assist them in assessing transfer pricing risks and make determinations on how they allocate tax audit resources. The Honourable Minister of Finance has already spoken to the annual consolidated revenue threshold for MNEs, and I will not return to that at the risk of repeating him needlessly. This pillar is also inclusive of Action 14, the mutual agreement procedure, which has already indicated that Trinidad and Tobago needs to amend and update a significant number of its tax treaties. Trinidad and Tobago reported that it intends to update all of its tax treaties via bilateral negotiations to be compliant with the requirements under Action 14 minimum standards and has to be in place for specific negotiations. The MAP, that is to say the mutual agreement procedure, is included, Mr. President, in Article 25 of the OECD Model Tax Convention and commits countries such as Trinidad and Tobago, COUNTRIES, to endeavor to resolve disputes related to the interpretation and application of tax treaties. The peer review process is conducted in 2 stages. Stage 1 assesses countries against the terms of reference of the minimum standard according to an agreed schedule of review. Stage 2 focuses on monitoring the follow-up of any recommendations resulting from jurisdictions' Stage 1 peer review report. And Mr. President, BEP's BEPS undermines the very foundation of our tax systems, eroding the tax base of nations and shifting profits to low-tax jurisdictions. This not only deprives governments of essential revenue needed for public services and infrastructure, but also creates an unfair advantage for multinational corporations over smaller businesses that cannot engage in such aggressive tax planning. It is therefore imperative that we tackle BEPS through international cooperation and collective action. One proposed solution is the implementation of measures, Mr. President, to ensure greater transparency and information exchange between tax authorities. By sharing information about the economic activities of multinational corporations, we can identify and address instances of profit shifting more effectively. Most recently, Mr. President, the Council of the European Union publication, October 17, 2023, added Trinidad and Tobago with Antigua and Barbuda, Belize and Seychelles, with a total of 16 countries that are on the EU list of for non-cooperative tax purposes. It is why we have to continue on an ongoing basis to update our legislation as the goalposts continue to shift. And that doesn't apply only to us. There are any number of other countries that are constantly having to make these adjustments. Why? Because we trade in an international environment. We are a nation island in a sea of many other economies, and we have to coexist and hold our own head and shoulders ahead of the rest by collaboration, compliance, and strict adherence to upgraded standards of financial propriety. That's why. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, this bill presently before this Senate is accordingly a critical piece of proposed legislation so as to enable and position Trinidad and Tobago to comply with its obligations with respect to the European Union requirements. I can assure this House that this government is taking every step possible to attend to its remaining deficiencies by implementing comprehensive measures to address BEPS, to combat tax avoidance with a fair and transparent global tax system. The government continues to take a cohesive, multi-pronged approach, including administrative and operational measures, as well as the introduction of a number of laws to ensure Trinidad and Tobago's removal from the EU list. Among those laws are included the very bill we are debating here, the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023. Secondly, the Global Forum Act, which I have already mentioned, which was debated in this very chamber on the 24th of November 2023 and passed in the other place on the 19th of January 2024. The CROSS Bill, the acronym, and my learned friend Senator Ahye has teased me, Thompson-Ahye, on the word CROSS. It is the acronym for Computer Registration Online System. That is to say, the miscellaneous provisions, Registrar General Companies, Registration of Business Names, and Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023, which has already been debated in this August chamber at the 12th of December 2023 and has been laid in the other place on the 13th of December 2023. That is going to make a comprehensive series of amendments to the legislation that is identified in the long title, which will be read along with the Global Forum Bill, will be read along with this bill that we are debating today, is going to target concepts such as beneficial ownership so that persons are not able to hide behind the veneer and disguises of corporate structures that are just names on a building outside of a structure. The Special Economic Zone Act No. 1 of 2022, which was assented to on this 31st of January 2022, Mr. President. This act provides for the designation, development, operation, and management of special economic zones and the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority. It is a comprehensive approach to prudent fiscal standards and strict management of our obligations to ensure that our society is guided by canons of equity, transparency, and the avoidance of tax evasion. Our approach not only enhances the country's standing in the international arena, Mr. President, but also reinforces this government's role as a responsible and accountable global actor. Mr. President, in implementing this legislation, there are a number of significant benefits to Trinidad and Tobago. Enhanced tax transparency. We've heard from the Honourable Minister of Finance the fact, when you look at the provisions in the bill, that these are transparency objectives because of what will be published on a regular basis once we have the wisdom and the courage to pass this bill today into law, to identify aggressive tax planning strategies and to ensure that companies pay their fair share of taxes in the jurisdictions where they operate. Another significant benefit, protection of the tax base. This will close loopholes and address mismatches to ensure that governments can collect the revenue necessary to fund essential public services, infrastructure, social programs, thereby promoting economic stability and development. This will prevent tax avoidance strategies which exploits gaps to artificially shift profits to low or no tax jurisdictions. The legislation would aid in the injection of more revenue into the economy through the reduction of tax evasion. It will create a more level playing field for businesses by reducing the advantage employed by multinational corporations engaging in tax avoidance. Compliance with BEPS standards ensures that all businesses, regardless of size or geographic location, will compete on fair terms, fostering healthy competition and innovation. It will strengthen international cooperation among countries, country by country, to combat tax evasion and avoidance effectively. Through information exchange and mutual assistance, governments can detect and deter illicit financial flows, promoting global financial stability and integrity. Improved investor confidence. The bill, as a suite of legislation which the government is passing, enhances investor confidence by signaling a commitment on the part of this country by this government to fair and transparent tax practices. Excuse me. This confidence attracts investment, it stimulates economic growth, and contributes to the overall prosperity of countries implementing BEPS measures. And it promotes sustained development, driven by a collective commitment to inclusivity. Trinidad and Tobago follows the whole of government and whole of society approach to sustained development goal implementation. The increased revenue can be directed towards poverty reduction, education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, fostering inclusive growth and reducing inequalities. Mr. President, in short, this legislation is aimed at combating tax avoidance strategies used by multinational corporations to shift profits to low-tax jurisdictions, to erode the tax base of countries where they operate, to close loopholes, enhance transparency, and ensure that multinational corporations pay their fair share of taxes while simultaneously addressing deficiencies, creating, a fairer, more transparent and sustainable global tax environment. By addressing the challenges of base erosion and profit shifting, countries can promote economic prosperity, social equity, and responsible corporate citizenship. This government, Mr. President, continues to work to improve Trinidad and Tobago's current non-compliant rating and to ensure Trinidad and Tobago's removal from the European Union's list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. We have heard from the Honourable Minister of Finance of the peer review to be taking place later this year. The gaps in our compliance can be addressed with, not least, the aggressive implementation of the necessary legislation in a timely manner. Tackling BEPS, Mr. President, requires a collective effort and commitment from governments, businesses, and international organizations. A steadfast commitment to implementing these BEPS measures is essential to promote tax certainty, enhance trust in the tax system, and create a more equitable environment for businesses to thrive. This underscores the importance of international cooperation in addressing the challenges posed by BEPS and ensuring a level playing field for businesses worldwide. Therefore, Mr. President, as I close, I ask the members of this chamber to work with us steadfastly and with the appropriate urgency to pass this necessary legislation. I thank you.
Senator Lyder.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank you very kindly for the opportunity to contribute towards this debate on base erosion and profit shifting framework country by country reporting Bill 2023. And Mr. President, this is a very serious financial framework legislation. Mr. President, base erosion and profit shifting is indeed a very serious issue that is faced by many governments throughout the world, inclusive of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, this has been something, as we heard the Honourable Minister of Finance say, they have been experiencing this for many years. But for the listeners who are listening in today, a simple Google research will give a good explanation of what it is. And I see the Honourable Minister of Finance chose to take the same Google search that I did when he was explaining what it was, or his writer, whoever. But a simple search would show that it refers to corporate tax planning strategies used by multinationals to shift profits from higher tax jurisdictions to lower tax jurisdictions or no tax locations where there's little or no economic activities. Yes, that was from Google. Yeah. Well, you could also Google it, right? So, Mr. President, I'm sure you could Google it and you'll find it there, right? So, Mr. President, thus eroding the tax base and the high tax jurisdiction using deductible payments such as interest and royalties. Mr. President, for the government, the tax base for most of the tax base is income and profit from companies. And when countries experience base erosion and profit shifting, many of these countries lose millions, if not billions of dollars in income coming into the coffers. Mr. President, when income and profit is transferred to tax havens, the tax base is eroded, and the companies that are generating millions of dollars within this country are removing the profits out of the country in which they're making the profits in, so as for the government not to be able to tax and us to get our fair share of the pie. Mr. President, there have been businesses right here in Trinidad that have been power washing their books, that are setting up companies in jurisdictions as close as St. Lucia, for instance, and as far as Europe, Asia, all in an effort to shift profit out of the country. Mr. President, there are businesses that bounce around their debt between different subsidiaries. They open different subsidiaries in different countries and they bounce that around depending on the level of tax in the jurisdiction in order to evade taxes or avoid taxes. Mr. President, many companies could be moving their profits to places like Panama, for instance. They could be moving their profits to places like Bahamas, or even places like Venezuela, and then go across and dance the Congo after in our Congo line and celebrate all the profits. No, Venezuela, the Congo line. I think many on that side know the Congo line very well. Some benefited from it. Mr. President, but allow me to take a few minutes to ask some questions and point out some aspects. The Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, introduced this inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting all the way back in 2016. And Mr. President, the Honourable Minister of Finance indicated 58 countries signed up to it on that point. And then we came again in 2017, and another 45, a second round, another round, another opportunity for Trinidad to join these countries. Another 45 were added to the list. And it was only until late, or I think it was November of 2017, that Trinidad actually bothered, the government of Trinidad and Tobago actually bothered to complete the paperwork necessary to be part of this framework. So they've had 3 years, almost 3 years, coming into government, understanding the issues with base erosion and profit shifting. And only at the end of 2017 did they bother to do the paperwork. Mr. President, to be a party of this framework. Mr. President, the framework is meant to help global governments fight base erosion and profit shifting through country-by-country reporting and multilateral cooperation. Mr. President, the OECD plan has 15 action steps, 1 to 15. The first action step, Mr. President, is dealing with countering acts of BEPS in increasing the digitalization of both multinational business operations and all the way to administrations, to action 15 that seek to produce an effective multilateral instrument to resolve cross-border tax disputes. So we are dealing with a 22-clause bill here today that is addressing the OECD's minimum standard for action 13 out of all the actions for country-by-country reporting, which in itself is a problem. And I'll explain to you why later in my presentation, why it's a problem that we are only here at this point dealing with action 13, when we should be all the way to 15 like many of the other countries even in the CARICOM region. Mr. President, this action as part of the inclusive framework could have been agreed upon and implemented by this government since 2016, when they took office in 2015, after they took office in 2015. In fact, Mr. President, a number of our CARICOM neighbors back in 2016, some of them back in 2016, had already complied. I mean, the Honorable Minister of Finance mentioned them: Barbados, Bahamas, even Belize. And none of these had any magic wand, like the Honorable Attorney General indicated that we need to make these things happen. I wonder if the Honorable Prime Minister Mia Mottley had a magic wand back then. Mr. President, because Barbados has signed on and filed with the OECD for information sharing, along with enforcing all the relevant legislation that comes with that. Mr. President, Bahamas has enforced the necessary legislation and strengthened the domestic reporting mechanisms. And even Belize, Mr. President, and I'll tie it to the bill, even Belize has implemented the necessary legislation, very similar to what we are seeing now here in Clause 4 and 6 today. And they had no magic wand, but they did that 4 years ago. Mr. President, this bill does set up a country-by-country reporting, which is incredibly important. So I agree, this is extremely important. If you look at a quote by Deloitte, which is a very reputable firm, they say, and I quote, "Country-by-country reports will provide tax authorities with visibility over how key elements of a multinational group's financial results, that is the revenues, the profit before tax, income tax paid, and accrued employees' capital, accumulated tangible assets, are broken down by tax jurisdiction." Close quote. So this form of international cooperation allows us to protect ourselves against the predatory multinational companies that, from what we heard by what Senator Mark had indicated, have literally been gutting our economy, pilfering for our economy for so many years. Senator Mark mentioned that in 2018 alone, it was up to $13 billion of tax revenues escaped our coffers. I'm not going to go into the report he used, but I'm going to bring up some other figures after, Mr. President. I'm going to bring up some other figures. So, what this does, it empowers the necessary authority to record keep and gatekeep, while still preserving the rights of private and public entities to conduct business in a country. So the question has to be asked. Senator Mark asked the question. I am asking the question as well. Why has the government waited till 2024, Mr. Vice President? Welcome, Mr. Vice President. Why has the government waited till 2024 to bring this legislation to the Parliament? So why wasn't it done in 2016, 2017, when you had another chance to do it? It wasn't important back then. It wasn't important back then. You can't blame Kamala for this one. You had 9 years in government. 9 years in government. You can't blame Kamala for this one. No, we support it. We support it. We raised the issue. You all had years after to deal with it, Mr. Vice President.
Just a reminder that all your comments must be put through this chair.
Yes, sorry, through you, Mr. Vice President. This government had 9 years to do it.
9.
So they cannot
Mr. President,
go and
Mr.
hide.
Vice President, on a point of order, Standing Order 53(1)B. Tedious repetition.
As much as the points remain the same, I just ask that you bring some different context in to bring some relevance to the topic, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if the Honorable, through you, if the Honorable Minister had given me an opportunity to get to my next point, I would have given you context. Because you see, I represent and look for the interests of small and micro and medium businesses in this country when this government does not. When they don't. You see, because when we talk about multinational entities, the first thing everybody thinks about are entities like these big oil giants. And I noticed that the Honourable Minister of Finance indicated 750 euros was the threshold, million euros was the threshold for them to fall and be caught under this legislation. But I want to remind the Honourable Minister of Finance and the population and my colleagues here today that there are many domestic companies owned by citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And we, as you know, Mr. Vice President, you of all people will know, Mr. Vice President, we live in a fishbowl. And there are many words, tongues wag around the city when they say that some of these big business, local businessmen are very close with high-ranking members of the PNM. I cast no aspersions on anyone. No aspersions on anyone.
Senator Lyder, as it applies to imputed improper motives, I ask that you tread lightly and thoroughly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't aware, sorry, I thank you for guiding me. I wasn't aware that we couldn't speak about a political entity. I thought we can't speak about a person. I talk about a political entity here, Mr. President, the PNM. We all know about them. And we all know about the PNM's affiliation with certain big business people in this country. And when I listened to Senator Mark mention a couple of names, I'm not going to call those names. Right? But I did a Google search again, just like I did before. And I saw 5 companies, 5.97 billion, 12.36 billion, 5.2 billion TT dollars. So that translates to the 750 million euro and over $1 billion US dollars. 5 companies. But I also ask a question, how many of these companies do this, Mr. President? How many of them are below the threshold of 750 to 500 million and can still bring about or infringe on base erosion and profit shifting? How many of them at 400 million? I found one at 400 million. And I only know somebody high in the PNM. Mr. President, but some of them have companies under different names. They register different companies and set it up in different jurisdictions. So when you add up the amount of money and revenue, some of these local conglomerates, they far surpass 750 million euros. But they won't be trapped under this legislation at 750 million euros. And Mr. President, so we have to understand it's not just these multinational companies from foreign, but whether it is multinational companies or the locally based companies in this country that are distributing food products, hardware products, whatever. Who is the person that suffers when they perpetrate this thing called BEPS? It is the small, medium, and micro enterprise companies that are suffering here, Mr. President. 8 years later, almost 9 years later, they've had to endure this pain under this government. You see, Mr. President, when you think about the SMEs and the challenges that they have already, it's not only challenges when it comes to getting foreign exchange, while the multinationals get all the foreign exchange. No, I'm getting to a point, Mr. President, Vice President, right? It's not only, they don't only have to navigate through the worsening ease of doing business in this country. They don't only have to grapple with the worst crime situation we've had in Trinidad and Tobago as an SME when they can't afford to pay security like the big boys can. But they too have to compete. These SMEs have to line up and compete against these big multinationals who are taking part in base erosion and profit shifting, giving themselves a competitive edge over the SMEs, Mr. President. They are able to pay less taxes than the SME. By doing this, they are able to shift their profit outside along with their foreign exchange. So there's not a level playing field when these big multinationals and the domestic multinationals are competing against these small, medium, and micro enterprises, Mr. President.
So they kill the middle class.
That is what they're doing. They're killing these SMEs by waiting this long, Mr. President. And then let me tell you, even when we pass this today with the amendments, do they have the ability to enforce it? Because that's the other question. Do they have the ability to enforce this when this legislation is passed? How long will it take them to get to that point to enforce this legislation? Because we have seen them fail woefully in implementing any piece of legislation passed, including the gutted procurement legislation. Mr. President, I'm sorry if I'm sounding like people inside of here. There are one or two people that sound like me today. I apologize. I have a lozenge, sorry. I have a lozenge. Mr. President, these companies have been here for years, taking advantage of this BEPS matter. And when I hear Senator Mark speak about $13 billion in 2018 escaping our shores, that was only from the oil sector. The question is, many more billions of dollars have escaped through the local multinationals in this country? How many more billions is added to that? And the reason why I ask that question in reference to the small, medium, and micro enterprise in this country is because if we had captured this, if this government had complied since 2016, we could have captured billions of dollars more in our coffers per year. And this would have helped the more than 6,000 SMEs from shutting their doors after the COVID pandemic. That money could have been used for that. I heard the Honorable Attorney General speak about better infrastructure, roads, and all that. So I'm responding to him as well, too. So it's not only just about infrastructure, roads, national security apparatus, but that money could have been used to save those 6,000 SMEs that shut their doors, and the many thousands more that are gripping on, holding on for their life today. Mr. President, instead, you know what the PNM comes with for the SMEs? Instead of the billions we could have saved, they come last month with a mama guy through NEDCO to tell us they will give $20,000 to 1,000 SMEs. $20 million versus possibly $15 billion we could have had. $20 million you're doing through NEDCO as a mama guy, as though $20,000 for 1,000 entities would help them to survive and build. And Mr. President, that's what the PNM government offers these SMEs. They don't offer them legislation to trap some of the friends and financiers from putting the money outside.
Yes. Good point.
But they take the taxpayers' money to give you a $20,000 kakada.
Mr.
I move on, Mr. President.
Standing Order 46.
I move on, Mr. President.
Senator Lyder, you're straying a bit way off of the core of the bill. Can you please bring some more relevance?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the greatest respect to you, because I heard the Honorable Attorney General speak about what the money could be used for. So in response to him, I'm saying, yes, but you could have been used for the SMEs also. So I should be allowed a little leeway, and thank you for allowing it. I don't know how many times, you see, I know every time I start to jab them, they stand up on private and standing orders. Every time they feel the pain, they stand up on standing orders. It's okay. I'll brave through it. I'll brave through it today. I'll brave through it today. Mr. President, the timing of this legislation, as we said, is not just late. I ain't going to repeat myself, but it's also very bizarre. Mr. President, when we look at Section 4.1, so I'll go into the bizarre. 4.1, it says, and I quote, each ultimate parent entity of an M&E group that is resident for tax purposes in Trinidad and Tobago shall file a country-by-country report conforming to the requirements of Section 6 with the board with respect to its reporting fiscal year on or before the date specified in the section. Then we go on to Section 6.1, which states, and I quote, the board shall, in accordance with Section 22, issue guidelines in respect to the content and format of a country-by-country report and the methods for filing a country-by-country report. And then finally, Mr. President, in Section 8 of the bill, it says that the board shall use the country-by-country report and any other information obtained pursuant to this Act for the purpose of collaboration on compliance and enforcement with other competent authorities pursuant to a qualifying competent authority agreement. Now, Mr. President, these are very, very serious responsibilities for any entity to manage. And like Senator Mark, I agree that the Board of Inland Revenue should be the competent authority to handle something like that. I have no disagreement with that, Mr. President. I don't argue against the Board of Inland Revenue. I recognize that they are the competent authority. Whether or not they will actually have the proper training and ability, I think I will let another colleague speak about that. The ability to implement. But here's my concern, Mr. President. I question if the government is indeed making proper consideration on the implications of this legislation, especially as it pertains to the fully operationalization of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Because that would be the body. Of course, we'll have to come back to Parliament again once that is complete. But that would be the body that would have the responsibility, I would assume, for these important responsibilities, for being able to see very, very serious pieces of information from any multinational company. And it comes back to the same concern I had when we were debating a number of other pieces of legislation that had the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority at the helm, and taking it right back to the first debate on the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. The same concern arises there when we see a Director General and a board appointed by a Minister of Finance. No, I cast no aspersions against this one, you know. Any Minister of Finance from any government. I mean, we will have a new Minister of Finance in only a year and a half. Right? In only a year and a half. You retiring? Oh God, the country will praise. The country will drop to their knees. If you retire, the country will drop to their knees. Mr. Vice President, so you have a political appointees in the board and the Director General who then hire contracted workers. And here's the concern there. It's two ways, you know. The risk is two ways with this type of information. Pray you're not against a vindictive government. If you call the name of the government is 3 syllables, it's out of P, I'll whistle. But pray that you don't have a vindictive government. 3 letters, right? Pray you don't get 3 letters, start with P, right? And pray you don't have them. And if you are to be, because you stand the risk as a multinational of being politically victimized by political mischief. But let me tell you the other side of the coin. Let's say, because I said it earlier, and I don't hide, this is a fishbowl we are in, I said so. And we know that there are big multinationals deeply close with senior members of the PNM. And then what if something is picked up? And I say I cast no aspersions on anybody here today, Mr. President, Vice President. But you have a political appointee appointing a board of directors and a director general. Can that not open the risk of things being covered up by any government? So that concern continues to stay with us, and that is why we were so opposed to the TTRA in the first place. But Mr. President, beyond the TTRA, I'll move on from that. The country-by-country reporting requirements are set out in these 22 clauses here today. When I look at the other OECD actions, and I heard the Honourable Attorney General speak of other actions that the government is doing. But when you look at the other actions, right, because this legislation, as I said, is only addressing action number 13. We must look at other actions regarding our tax regime with our relationship with the European Union. Because the base for this legislation is to get us off this blacklist. And if it is, we are trying to get off the blacklist and stay off the blacklist, we have to consider the other actions as well. So though in theory we most certainly support this legislation with some amendments, and we support anything that stops tax leakage, we have to consider whether this is sufficient enough. When we consider Action 5, avoiding tax treaty abuse, something that goes hand in hand with country-by-country reporting. This action classifies as a minimum requirement in the inclusive framework. Vice President, the OECD's 5th peer review on treaty shopping highlights Trinidad and Tobago's position. They say, and I quote, that Trinidad and Tobago has 16 tax agreements in force, as reported in its response to the peer review questionnaire that the Honourable Minister Attorney General spoke about. Peer review, including the multilateral agreement among the members of the CARICOM, concluded with 10 treaty partners. None of these agreements, Mr. President, comply with the minimum standard today. I'm quoting it. This is quoted here. None of the agreements comply with the minimum standards. So this is not a report from 2016 or a report from 2018, Mr. Vice President, or sometime in the COVID-19 pandemic. This was in the 2022 peer review, just under a couple of years ago. In fact, Mr. President, the harmful tax practices peer review, and I heard the Minister mention harmful tax earlier, the harmful tax practices peer review of 2024, you know how they classified Trinidad and Tobago? Let me quote it for you again. Let me quote it for you again. Let me quote it for you again. Let me tell you how they do this. Trinidad and Tobago's free trade zone regime as harmful to this tax jurisdiction. The OECD goes on to highlight Trinidad and Tobago's issue with ring-fencing information reporting. Mr. President, this bill will aid in the sharing and access of information, but it will fall short in addressing even more substantial shortcomings in our tax regime. And again, I cast no aspersions, but I ask myself the question, is this government bringing this legislation to the Parliament in a haphazard way? Simply to possibly satisfy a peer review coming up shortly, as a band-aid to see if they can get off of the blacklist, for now at least? Mr. President, I hear that, you know. You see, I know Balize House done finished bill already, you know. I know Balize House done finished bill already. And election around the corner. So they come in to clean up the show and come off the Euro blacklist. Balize House done finished already. Them multinationals, they're good to go. Mr. President, you see, there are many honest MNEs operating in this country. But there are many of them, there are a few of them that have been living off the fat, living off the slice of pie of the PNM pie, Mr. President. And we have to trap them. So I have mentioned multiple aspects of the OECD's plan on addressing BEPS. It is these OECD actions that inform the European Union's blacklist. But while the government purports this legislation necessary, I have to now look further at the EU's OECD-inspired criteria for the blacklist, because everything was spoken about coming off this blacklist. So I decided to look at some of the criteria for coming off and staying off of this blacklist, Mr. President. Gray or blacklist. When you look at criteria 1.1, let me quote it. Jurisdictions should exchange financial account data with all EU member states through automatic exchange of tax information. Now, this legislation, Mr. President, will help. The reports as set out in clause 4 and onwards will help to fix TNT's house, although leading to a bit of paperwork and waiting for the rest of CARIFORUM, because our economic partners' agreement with the EU. So that criteria is covered. But let us look at criteria 1.3. Membership to the OECD Multilateral Convention. No, let me repeat this again. Membership to the OECD Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. And you would think that this one was straightforward and done with. You would think so. You would think that we had the magic wand for this one. As the Honorable Attorney General said, we got the magic wand for this one. Mr. President, let me tell you about our regional partners. Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, Jamaica, St. Kitts and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mr. President, have all ratified this treaty for a number of years now. They've all ratified this treaty, as set out in criteria 1.3. So surely, although we are bringing this country-by-country reporting legislation behind the rest of the world, I might add, and proposed Section 9 of this bill will explicitly cite headway for guidance under this convention, this government, under the People's National Movement, has ensured that Trinidad and Tobago has not ratified with this convention, Mr. President. Or at least, not on the OECD, not on the website. We don't see it on the website. So maybe if they are, they should get it updated. Mr. President, 100 countries, almost the whole of the Western world, almost all of CARICOM and CARIFORUM have ratified this convention, but Trinidad and Tobago name is not on that listing. So we talk about staying off the blacklist. Criteria 1.3 specifically states how to do so. Every country, almost every country in the CARICOM is signed up to this, ratify with this convention, except Trinidad and Tobago. You know what Senator Mark said earlier? Shame. Shame on this government for not even complying with that criteria, Mr. President. Mr. President, criteria 2.1, jurisdictions should not have harmful preferential tax measures. Let me repeat again. Jurisdictions should not have harmful preferential tax measures. It was the OECD that points out in February 2024, in their update in February 2024, that we have harmful classified economic policy that is hurting the tax regime, that this current legislation will simply not relieve. Yes, somebody said it, but yes, that is exactly what it was, the Free Zone Bill. Mr. President, criteria 3.2, implementation of anti-BEPS minimum standards. As I have briefly shared, we are behind the minimum.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I've shared, we are currently behind on the minimum measures of actions 5 and 6 of the 15 actions. And we are now trying to get action 13 in order while the rest of our partners and neighbors are in the process implementing Action 15. The multilateral instruments, we have not even started the conversation of that legislation as yet. So we're still far behind, and we're talking about coming off the blacklist. So we're still far from achieving this position of desirability from the global forum that would qualify us to be taken off the EU blacklist, to stay off the Euro blacklist. I heard the Attorney General say we have to continue coming back. Oh gosh, well, catch up at least now. Catch up at least now. You're in a three-legged race, one in with 1 foot. Catch up with the rest of the pack, and then make your changes to stay off the blacklist. That is why we ask the question, why? Who is this benefiting by us not fulfilling this criteria, by us taking so long to bring this legislation, Mr. President? So, Mr. President, you may think that I'm being cynical. I hear them chuckling across there. But you may think I'm being cynical. But you see, we have lost trust and faith in this government. When we see a government that just late last year came to this parliament, gutting the procurement legislation to try to stop from that breaking of law or cover up the breaking of law, we lose trust in the government. So when we see them come today with this piece of legislation, we ask, is this government really serious about protecting the evasion of tax, base erosion, profit shifting, or is it just another check mark? It's a quick little check mark because there's a review coming up. Mr. President, I want to remind that after ignoring CFATF recommendations and the EU blacklisting for years, this government came here last year and rushed a 9-headed hydra, I think our colleague across there used the word hydra, of a bill to the Senate, which has led us now to this proposed legislation. Let us not forget that at multiple points, this government tried to utilize the pressure of blacklisting and potential risks of sanctions to come and force feed us with legislation that we had to bring amendments to, that could have taken away and robbed the rights and freedoms of citizens in this country. And they were forced to make some amendments with some of the legislation. Even the independent senators had pushed amendments, Mr. President. So I hope that the PNM government is getting serious with this piece of legislation and protecting our tax base. Almost every regional partners have engaged properly in all the aforementioned conventions and recommendations. Most of our economic partners have established competent country-by-country reporting framework years ago. The world, even the developing world, understands the importance of shifting this tide and has made the necessary changes, Mr. Vice President. Governments all over the world have moved with a mandate to protect the interests of citizens by protecting tax revenues. And you know what it takes, Mr. President? It takes proper leadership to accomplish that. You know what this country has that those other countries don't have? A PNM government. That's what we have that they don't have. Poor leadership when it comes to these type of pieces of legislation, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I end simply by saying that though we recognize the lazy nature and mysterious and mischievous nature of this PNM government, we will support anything that will protect the tax base of this country, that will protect us from losing the 13+ billions of dollars that we lost in 2018 under this PNM government. We will support anything that will help us to get to that point, despite how lazy they are. And in a year and a half from now, Mr. President, when we take office, we will catch up with the three-legged race that they're far behind with, Mr. President. With those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Hazel Thompson-Ahye.
provide for the country-by-country reporting, CBCR, by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit-shifting inclusive framework, and to provide for matters related thereto. Mr. Vice President, normally I would begin by thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to join this debate. But when I read the title of this bill, I took no pleasure in it. It seemed like I was about to enter a torture chamber. The wording seemed all Greek to me. Latin was my favorite subject at school, but Greek, the closest I got to Greek was when, directed by Derek Walcott, I acted in the Greek writer Aristophanes' Lysistrata in UWI in the 1970s. In that play, the women, fed up of the men continually fighting war, decided they would withhold sex until the men desisted. But I must not hold back on doing my duty, so here goes. The long title of this act, as I said before, is an act to provide for the country-by-country reporting, CBCR, by the multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit-shifting inclusive framework, and to provide for matters related thereto. And I wonder what my fellow citizens on social media must think about this. Does that sound like English? It's all Greek to me. But then, I should not be surprised, because did we not hear recently mention being made about Icarus, who was a Greek mythological character? So it's now par for the course to bring the Greek into public discourse, and now into the Senate, and I must deal with it. So I begin. Mr. Vice President, it would be remiss of me not to thank the hard-working parliamentary staff for the issues paper, which simplified matters somewhat and created an aha moment, or in local parlance, oh, that is what they mean. It states the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, defines base erosion and profit shifting, BEPS, as tax planning strategies that exploit gaps and mismatches in tax rules to artificially shift profits to low or no tax locations where there's little or no economic activity, or to erode tax bases through deductible payments such as interest or royalties. This creates unfair advantages for businesses operating internationally over those at a domestic level. It undermines the fairness of tax systems, resulting in little or no corporate tax being paid, and can reduce voluntary tax compliance. Many years ago, perhaps before the Calypsonian representing we was born, the mighty sparrow sang, "Doctor or no doctor, you can't get away from the tax." Today, tax avoidance and tax evasion remain a feature of life in every country operating internally and externally across borders. International cooperation to combat tax evasion is an essential feature to ensure tax compliance. This bill is designed to achieve this. Its long title states that this bill is for an act to provide for the country-by-country reporting, etc., as I said before. According to its documents, the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes is a multilateral framework within which work in the area of tax transparency and exchange of information is carried out by over 90 jurisdictions which participate in the work of the Global Forum on an equal footing. It is charged with in-depth monitoring and peer review of the implementation of the standards of transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes. The standards provide for international exchange on request of foreseeably relevant information for the administration or enforcement of domestic tax laws of a requesting party. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the reason we are here today is that the Global Forum, of which Trinidad and Tobago has been a member since 2011, conducted an evaluation of our legal and regulatory framework in place against the standard of transparency and exchange of information and found us wanting. Evaluating the transparency framework involves a look at both the information gathering process and procedures for exchange of information. The European Union has deemed us a non-cooperative jurisdiction for their tax purposes in respect of one of their criteria. They have found in us some loopholes insofar as compliance with our obligations are concerned, and have called on us to cooperate with them and close existing gaps in our law. That's why we're here today, to try to comply with what we asked to do. Now, this present bill is another one of the suite of legislation for which I may dare coin a term, namely the tattletale or telltale or tit-for-tat or you scratch my back, I scratch yours package of laws. It's designed by countries for other countries to report on private citizens and companies within the latter's jurisdiction that seek to evade payment of taxes or engage in money laundering or other such nefarious financial activities which harm a country's economy. Now, don't get me wrong, I approve these laws. I describe it as I did so the man on the priority bus route to whom we must speak will understand of what I speak. Now to the bill. Clause 1 gives the short title, the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Act 2023. Clause 2 states that the commencement will be on the date fixed by the President by proclamation, so we have to await that date, and we hope it won't be too long after the act is passed. Clause 3 is the interpretation or definition section. It defines, among other terms, I will not speak to all, the board as meaning the Board of Inland Revenue established under Section 3 of the Income Tax Act. And sometimes when I will say BIR, and you will know that I'm talking about the Board of Inland Revenue. It explains what is meant by consolidated financial statements, constituent entity and fiscal year. It tells us that the group referred to a collection of enterprises related to ownership or control, such that it is either required to prepare consolidated financial statements for financial reporting purposes under applicable accounting principles, or would be so required if equity interests in any of the enterprises were traded on a public securities exchange. It defines international agreements as being the multilateral convention for mutual administrative assistance in tax matters. Any bilateral or multi-MNE group, an MNE group is described as any group that A, includes 2 or more enterprises, the tax residence for which is in different jurisdictions, or includes an enterprise that is resident for tax purposes in one jurisdiction and is subject to tax with respect to the business carried out through a permanent establishment in another jurisdiction and is not an excluded MNE group. So people find a number of ways of getting around paying taxes, and this legislation is designed to catch them in all the ways that their creative minds can bring forward solutions. Including in this definition section also a qualifying competent authority agreement, reporting entity, reporting fiscal year, surrogate parent entity, systemic failure, ultimate parent entity, and other terms used which have already been explained to you. The drafters have taken pains to explain these unusual terms used in the Act as they are not words used in everyday language. I'm grateful for their comprehensive explanation. Clause 4 of the bill sets out the filing obligation by setting down who must file, namely each ultimate parent entity of an MNE group resident for tax purpose in Trinidad and Tobago. It gives the nature of the report to be filed, that is a country-by-country report conforming to the requirements of Section 6, with whom it must be filed, that is the Board of Inland Revenue, the time period for filing, which is laid down in Clause 7, and finally it delineates the criteria to be satisfied for filing. So in fact, at every turn, this legislation is trying to comply with what is required under the European law. Clause 5 specifies that that notification be given to the BIR of the status of the constituent entity, whether ultimate parent or surrogate parent entity within a designated period. And Clause 6 requires the BIR to give guidelines for methods of filing and which must be strictly complied with if the filing is to be deemed valid. Clause 8 stipulates the information that the BIR shall use for the purpose of collaboration on compliance and enforcement with other competent authorities pursuant to a qualifying competent authority agreement. It is to be noted that the all-embracing phrase "and any other information obtained pursuant to this act" is included within the sources of information. This signals that there is no limitation on how far one can go in one's quest to obtain required information, save that it must be obtained pursuant to the act. Clause 9 now speaks to the necessity for confidentiality of information obtained by the Inland Revenue Department. It must be pointed out, though, that the issue of confidentiality is one that has little credence in our society. Historically, and as a very recent event show in a case which is close to us. Clause 10 lays down the requirement for the reporting entity to establish and keep for a period of 6 years a record of the steps undertaken for the performance of the obligations, the evidence relied upon for the performance of obligations, to file a country-by-country report, and the information submitted to the board. Clause 11 now directs the Registrar General to forward to the BIR at least every 6 months a list of enterprises registered under the Companies Act, the Registration of Business Names Act, and the Non-Profit Organization Act, which list is to be utilized to determine if the enterprises on the list are constituent entities resident in Trinidad and Tobago for tax purposes. I trust that with the additional responsibilities given to the Registrar General, there will be a concomitant increase in staff and also staff training. Having to deal with entities who are trying to comply with FIU legislation has led me to believe that common sense is not so common. As staff in financial institutions can become very nervous when faced with a simple issue of proof of source of funds. And they keep asking sometimes for you to fulfill requests when the proof of funds, source of funds, is staring them in the face, and that can be very frustrating. Clause 12 is awkwardly worded at the beginning and needs to be revisited. But it seems to aim to give power to the Board of Inland Revenue to obtain copies of relevant information howsoever and wheresoever stored by an entity and in its possession or control in order to determine whether a constituent entity is compliant with the Act. If you look at it, what it says, and I quote, "The board may in writing and within such times as it may require a board provide or make available to it information including," and it goes on. So something is obviously wrong there and it needs to be changed. Clause 13 specifies how errors in a country-by-country report are to be dealt with. First, you have notification of the error. You have correction within 14 days after the date of service of the notice, failing which the entity may be subject to summary conviction, to a fine of $215,000 and imprisonment for 10 years. Now, I cannot help wondering if this very onerous and punitive provision is for the purpose of generating revenue rather than achieving compliance. Surely, a reasonable man on the priority bus route can think of circumstances where compliance within 14 days is not achievable. This provision needs to be revisited and amended to allow for an extension in extenuating circumstances. Clause 14, which deals with avoidance of obligation, is a reasonable one. I can envisage the problems with proof, but we do still have some intelligent persons in our society who can overcome the challenges. Clauses 15, 16, and 17 deal with offenses such as knowingly making and submitting false reports, alteration, destruction, mutilating, obliterating, hiding of reports, hindering or obstructing the board from performing its duties, and these incur severe sentences which in the circumstances I regard as justifiable. Clause 18 provides for an appeal of the board's decision to the High Court. Clause 19 gives the board the power to impose administrative fines for breaches of procedure under the Act in accordance with regulations. I trust, but given the obvious predilection for negative resolution, I doubt that these regulations will be subject to affirmative resolution. But I am prepared to be surprised. I like surprises. And the Minister of Finance shakes his head. Clause 20 makes the failure to report an offense liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and imprisonment for 10 years. This, to me, sends a signal to the local and to the international community that we are serious about compliance. But then it is softened a bit by the alternative provision for an administrative fine. Clause 21 gives the minister the power to make regulations to give effect to the Act. Clause 22 now speaks to the possibility of the board issuing appropriate guidelines to assist with compliance with this Act. These guidelines are to be published in the Gazette. I trust that it will also be published in the daily newspapers. Few people read or have access to the Gazette. All in all, I think this bill is a commendable attempt to take us out of the embarrassing position in which we have found ourselves for some time now as a non-compliant country. Outside of my comments, I support it wholeheartedly. Jamaica and other Caribbean countries have achieved favorable reviews. So can we. Thank you.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Having come so far down the battling line and recognize that all the contributors so far from each of the three benches are essentially in support of the bill, I am going to veer slightly away from my intended contribution and just give a brief synopsis of what gave rise to the need for this bill, and then focus on the one objection I have heard in respect of the bill so far. So essentially, profit shifting, as the acting Prime Minister would have indicated, arises from the fact that multinationals operating across the globe are exploiting gaps in tax legislation, mismatches between different tax regimes, and quite often differences in rates of tax that apply in different countries. These multinationals operate internationally and they have little regard to national borders. So they take their investments and they take their money to jurisdictions where they anticipate that they could get the best return, either from profits generated or from reduction in the taxes that they are likely to pay. So the kinds of measures that they generally use to avoid tax include things like exploitation of intellectual property. Intellectual property is easy to exploit because it's an intangible. It is easy to establish the ownership of intellectual property anywhere that you want because it's not a physical thing. And therefore, you look for tax advantageous locations to locate your intellectual property, and then you charge all of your members, all the members of the group, funds for utilizing, you impose charges on them for utilizing this intellectual property, get those profits, put them in the low tax jurisdiction, you get a deduction where they're paying taxes from operating companies, and you pay little to no taxes in the country where the intellectual property is regarded as being earned. Same thing with management charges. They impose management charges on their operating companies operating in high tax jurisdictions, reduce the profits there, and take those profits to jurisdictions where the taxes are low. And a very significant measure that is also used is imposition of interest-bearing debt. So you charge your related parties debt to as high as you can get away with in the country where the profits, the actual profits and actual operations take place. You transfer that debt to a low tax jurisdiction, and so you again lower the tax liability in the tax-paying jurisdiction, take it to a no tax or low tax jurisdiction, and significantly reduce your profits. So it is for this reason, the fact that we have multinational corporations that ignore borders, that arrange their tax affairs to benefit themselves and cheat, quote unquote, the taxman, that countries have decided, countries throughout the world have decided that they must collaborate to try to combat that growing tendency of multinationals to take advantage of these differences in tax rules. And that has led us to where we are today, the imposition of various rules to allow for the cooperation among countries. And what we are seeking to do today is to encourage countries to join this growing group of entities that say, when you're operating across borders, if you are earning more than US $850 million a year, then you must report what you're earning and where you're earning it and what your expenses are, essentially, so we can have a global picture of your operations and thereby be able to more easily determine what rules you are taking advantage of to give yourself tax benefits. It is only when you have that global picture that you can properly do that, And so that essentially is the reason for this bill, and essentially what the bill is trying to do. But what we need to recognize is it is only a reporting measure. All it is saying to multinational corporations is, you must tell us where all your operations are, what income you're earning, and what expenses you have, essentially. It does not magically lead to an increase in tax collection. Things have to be done to move us from the collection of information to the generation of more tax information. And that requires the operation of robust, knowledgeable, well-resourced tax authorities. In the absence of that, the legislation takes us nowhere. All we have is another pile of legislation. And we can see that if we look at the existing rules that we have. We have double taxation treaties between Trinidad and Tobago and various countries. Those double taxation treaties currently say that we must exchange tax information among ourselves so that we can better supervise and ensure that our residents of those two countries are properly accounting for the taxes between the two of them. Under those tax treaties, we currently get tons of information. When I worked at the Board of Inland Revenue, I remember seeing reams of paper at that time, computer-generated paper, listing all of the Trinidad and Tobago citizens and residents who were earning interest income, for example, in the States, or dividend income in the States. So the information is supplied by the US to Trinidad and Tobago, and then what? How many of us have US dollar accounts earning interest? How many of us actually see an assessment from the Board of Inland Revenue saying, this is the tax that you ought to have paid on the US interest, and this is a penalty and interest that you would be charged for not reporting that interest and paying tax on that? I'm sure if you look around this room, you can find at least one person who finds him or herself in that situation. So what is the point of getting this information if we're not going to do anything about it? So the timing of this legislation may seem off, but I am always focused on when we are required to look at introducing legislation that is pretty much imposed on us from the international community like this is. I always like to focus on how Trinidad and Tobago can benefit from the passage and implementation of this legislation. And we have the opportunity to do that if we know what we're doing and we have the resources to do it. So what will this legislation give us? It will tell us where international companies that invest in Trinidad are operating, what charges are being imposed, how they compare to charges being imposed on the members of that group that operate out of Trinidad. So we have the wherewithal then to better audit those companies, to see what hidden charges there are, what overstatement of charges there are, because we have the whole picture and we are better able to do a proper assessment of their tax liabilities. It will also require our multinational, locally based multinational companies, like the republics and the Marcies of this world, who may well qualify to be compliant, to be required to comply with this legislation. It will give us a better picture of their operations as well, once we ensure that they do what they're supposed to do. Having that additional information should lead us to a place where we can better assess the taxes payable by those multinational corporations, both the foreign base that have investments here and the local base that have investments outside. But unless we have the wherewithal to do those proper audits, unless we have the resources and the right approach, it will just be another piece of paper, another bit of information. So to me, this legislation is useless in the absence of a robust tax authority, which we have been trying to introduce since 2009 through the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. We weren't able to successfully do it before the 2010 election. It was abandoned during 2010 to 2015. And post the 2015 period, in trying to get that through, the ideal way to get it through would have been with the support of, with a special majority support, because then we would have been able to transfer all the powers that currently exist at the Board of Inland Revenue to the new Revenue Authority and make it more effective and impactful. We got no support for the full bill as it was originally designed to give the Board of Inland Revenue the real teeth that to give the TTRA the teeth that the Board of Inland Revenue now has, and therefore what we had to eventually do was whittle down the impactfulness of the legislation to allow it to come through with a simple majority passage. And we are now having done that, we're now in the process of implementing and rolling out the Revenue Authority, which is taking longer than it should because we've had to split the powers between the public service and the TTRA because we could not give the TTRA all the powers that it needs. And so to me, introducing BEPS legislation, in the absence of a robust tax authority would have taken us nowhere. Now that we're in the process of implementing the tax authority, it is an opportune time to introduce the legislation. So that to me is the most relevant explanation as to why it made no sense to rush the BEPS legislation before now. Because it would have meant nothing to us. It would have given us no advantage. Because yes, we can have all the reports in the world that we want, but if we do not have the ability and the resources and the approach to properly audit those people in respect of whom we have the information, it takes us nowhere.
Correct.
Senator Mark also raised the issue of transfer pricing legislation. We don't have this and we need that and whatever. And what I would say to Senator Mark is the same thing applies. Transfer pricing legislation is useful Yes, there are lots of countries that have introduced it, and some of them may be benefiting from it, but I reached out to a colleague of mine in Jamaica, which has had transfer pricing legislation for quite some time, to say, how has it impacted on your revenue? And I'm told it has not in any significant way, because the approach in terms of implementation and enforcement and utilizing the information that you get from these bits of legislation has not changed. And so there has been no impact on the small man, on the SME, on tax collection, because you need a framework for these things to make sense. And we are now putting the framework in place. So to me, this is an opportune time to introduce this legislation. Senator Mark also complained about the fact that because we don't have transfer pricing legislation, people are allowed to get away with whatever, and the result of that, we lost $8 to $13 billion in taxes. What I would say to Senator Mark in response to that is a couple of things. One, although we have not yet introduced transfer pricing legislation, and although there is utility in introducing transfer pricing legislation because it puts the onus on the business operators to report on their positions and therefore gives the tax authority more information to treat with it and hopefully arrive at proper audits, we have had throughout history, in Trinidad and Tobago, essentially, is Section 67 of the Income Tax Act, which is an anti-avoidance section that essentially allows us to do what the transfer pricing legislation intends us to do, which is to identify the right price point for a transaction between related parties. What it does not do is impose a reporting requirement on the businesses, but it does give the Board of Inland Revenue the authority to make adjustments. The Board of Inland Revenue has been using that section and has used it successfully to assess people to more taxes than they would have declared, so that the absence of the transfer pricing legislation on its own does not debilitate our tax regime in such a way that it would deprive us of all these billions of dollars if the tax authority was consistently doing what it was supposed to do. It has not been. So we need a robust tax authority to do what is required, supported by the legislation to get us there. So is transfer pricing useful? Yes, it is. Will we introduce it? Yes, we will. But to me, it is just another piece of legislation unless we have everything else to go with that. And the ecosystem is what it should be. So I can't comment on the veracity of Senator Mark's claim that we lost $8 to $13 billion in taxes because of the absence of transfer pricing legislation, but I can remind this House and the national community that as a result of steps taken by our Honorable Prime Minister, who was pilloried throughout Trinidad and Tobago for daring to say that we are going after the energy companies for understating taxes, for depriving us of income to which we thought we were entitled, ably supported by Minister Young, because of these two gentlemen who worked diligently on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, we in fact recovered $17 billion in funds that ought to have come to us in taxes from these multinational corporations. So we more than compensated for what Senator Mark alleges that we lost. True. And we did that in the absence of BEPS and the absence of transfer pricing. So it has less to do with the legislation and more to do with the approach and the robustness and our determination to get our just due. So yes, this legislation will help. It should make it easier for the tax authority to do what is required of them. But it is not impossible for them to do what they need to do, even in the context of where we are now. So do I support the legislation? Yes, I do, because With the digitalization of the economy, with the expansion of global activity, with the removal or the reducing importance of national borders, getting information becomes more and more challenging. And this will make it easier to get the information. But really, it is all part of an entire ecosystem, and we are working on building out the ecosystem to give us the robust ability to do what needs to be done to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago recovers the right amount of tax to make life easier for all of us, to make it possible perhaps with the Minister of Finance at some point to say, let's go back to a 25% tax rate rather than 30%, and to give us the opportunity, give us the ability to provide the support and resources that our citizens need. So, Mr. Vice President, I fully support this legislation. Yes. I think I've adequately answered the complaints of the only complaints of the opposition in terms of the timing, and I would hope that, having regard to the comments that have been made, that we can have an easy passage through this place. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Jayanti, Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to contribute to this base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework country-by-country reporting bill 2023. Mr. Vice President, a lot has already been said by members of all benches, and so I'm certain I will not use my full speaking time, but I just want to make a couple of comments on the policy underlying the bill today. Specifically, I have a couple of questions arising out of what was just relayed by the Minister of Public Administration, what was stated, and I would make a couple comments on some of the clauses in the bill, the penalty clauses. Specifically, I may want to narrow in on. Mr. President, we are bringing legislation to enable country-by-country reporting so that Trinidad and Tobago can meet its obligations under this base erosion and profit-sharing inclusive framework. This is but one of 15 action points developed, which countries are encouraged, and there are 140 countries, I believe, presently working together in an effort to minimize tax evasion and tax avoidance, and so to allow for a more comprehensive, global, and fair tax regime. And why is this really important? Because, as we've heard from everyone today, multinational corporations can exploit gaps and mismatches in tax rules and shift their profits in such a way so that they make deductible payments and so on, utilizing deductible payments, utilizing the retail price methods and so on to minimize their profits and basically pay less taxes to certain jurisdictions. Fairness and integrity of a tax system is very important, and when we have multinational corporations being able to legally, through deceptive but not illegal practices, avoid income tax, it really does not inspire confidence. And seeing that the payment of taxes by the average citizen in this country is something like voluntary. We have voluntary tax compliance. Of course, the Inland Revenue has powers that it can go after persons who do not comply. But we depend on voluntary tax compliance. And when large multinational corporations can exploit loopholes and minimize taxes and avoid paying taxes, it does not inspire confidence, and it will ultimately undermine voluntary compliance by many of our average taxpayers, the small to medium businesses, and so on. We rely very heavily on corporate taxes, and particularly in this country, the multinational enterprises which operate in our oil and gas sector. The entire economy depends heavily on our development as a country. And in many developing countries, we depend on taxes from multinationals. And so if we can plug those loopholes, it is certainly something that we should treat with urgently. Mr. Vice President, the opposition, despite what may be said otherwise, we have always supported legislation that would help remove Trinidad and Tobago from any list that paints this country as non-compliant, whether it be FATF, whether it has to do with the EU non-compliance and so on. We have supported the legislation. The unfortunate thing is that a lot of this legislation comes sort of like an emergency. It comes at a time when we are facing some sort of imminent review, a peer review, an assessment, and it is always something that has to be pushed with urgency because of delay. And many of my colleagues have spoken about delay, but I think it is necessary to talk about it a little more because today, the 20th of February 2024, the Council of Europe adopted the EU list of non-compliant jurisdictions for tax purposes. And Trinidad and Tobago is again today featured as only one of 12 countries still on that list. And that press release came out today, Mr. Vice President. And it is really, when I saw that, and I read the press release, and I read the report coming out of, stemming from the Council of Europe, where they talked about the 12 non-compliant jurisdictions. And I saw countries like the Bahamas and Belize and the Turks and Caicos Islands being removed from the list today, and that communique being issued today. But I see Trinidad and Tobago still there with the likes of Russia and Panama. I was concerned because this is what they had to say about Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago does not have, and I'm reading from, just in case anybody wants to look at it, Brussels, 20th of February 2024, outcome of proceedings from the General Secretariat of the Council to the Council. The Council conclusions on the revised EU list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes. And I'll get to what they say about Trinidad and Tobago. And they said, Trinidad and Tobago does not have a rating of at least largely compliant by the Global Forum for Exchange on Information on Request, has not signed and ratified the OECD Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance as amended, has harmful preferential tax regimes, in brackets, free zones, does not implement the BEPS minimum standard on country-by-country reporting, and has not resolved these issues yet. This is what they said today. And I thought back to myself, and I said, well, free zones, that sounds familiar. And then this whole BEPS thing, we are debating it today. But Mr. Vice President, this piece of legislation has been on the order paper since November last year. It was laid in this House November of 2023, November the 24th, I believe. Yes, introduced on November the 24th. We have had 8 Tuesdays for this year, since January. And we have only sat for Private Members' Day. So when the government comes here and says that, look, this is so great and this is a useful tool and we are getting there, we're going to come up with the non-compliant list and we'll be, we're making progress and so on, nobody has explained the delay. No one has, Senator Mark raised the issue of the delay from since 2017 when this list first emerged, because we've been on the list since 2017. And somebody mentioned that so many of our Caribbean neighbors have continuously been reviewing their laws and implementing their laws in order to get off the list. They complain that the goalpost shifts. That happens all the time. It happens with FATF as well and the anti-money laundering rules and so on. You have to continuously keep yourself, you move from gray to dark, gray to light, gray to non-compliant, and you have to continuously look at these things. And Barbados is the best example when you look at all of the progress they have made to keep themselves off the list. Many of the other jurisdictions have been removed and were placed back on the list for certain things. They have come off again. But we have consistently been there since 2017. And that, to me, really brings one, to a place where you must really question the commitment of the government to compliance with all of these requirements and to getting us off the list. And if the government themselves come here and talk about the importance of compliance and the importance of us getting off of this list, well, then they should proffer some explanation as to why there has been such a great delay, particularly with, and this is only one of the action points that we are required to comply with. When I read the communique as well, I talked about the, that we still have free zones and so on. I remember when it was in early 2022, we came here to debate the Special Economic Zones Bill. That is also a useful piece of legislation, and I'm glad that the Minister of Public Administration has mentioned that if you don't implement your legislation, then it is just another piece of paper. I say that all the time on almost every bill that we bring into this parliament, that if you cannot properly implement legislation, then it's just another piece of paper. We passed that bill, we supported that bill for special economic zones. I think that bill is still awaiting proclamation. That bill is still awaiting proclamation, and I noticed that this bill also has a proclamation clause. So when we hear that we must come here today and we are asked to support a piece of legislation that is urgent because we have an assessment coming up in March, but we look at the track record of the government in terms of their delay in passing legislation, in bringing legislation, and having this legislation sit on the order paper since November last year, and today us being named and shamed again internationally on a list of non-cooperative jurisdictions by the Council of Europe, we really want to know, well, is there urgency? Or is there deliberate delay? Or is it just slothfulness and a lackadaisical attitude from this government in terms of taking this country forward and making us compliant? So I raise those issues because I think it is extremely important. Mr. Vice President, I also want to say that something raised by the minister about the transfer pricing. The Minister of Finance has indicated, and Acting Prime Minister has indicated, that this is a very useful tool because it is a tool that makes it mandatory for countries to basically provide information to the Board of Inland Revenue. And it is the ability of the board to utilize this tool, and it is only one of many tools that they can utilize to then determine whether or not there has been transfer pricing and to go after certain entities who engage in this type of activity and to challenge the transfer pricing. But in the absence of actual transfer pricing legislation, and I have to agree with Senator Mark, and the minister attempted to downplay the need for or the usefulness of transfer pricing legislation. If something isn't being implemented properly and utilized to its fullest capacity, that doesn't mean it isn't useful. And again, in my research, I found some useful material, and I thought it was rather strange to then hear the minister say, well, look, it's not that we have that, we have Section 67 of the Income Tax Act, we haven't used it consistently, etc. It is my information, and I'm subject to correction from anybody, but it is my information that assessments have been raised by the Board of Inland Revenue specifically with multinational companies operating in the oil and gas sector. And they have gone before the Tax Appeal Board, attempting to use the powers under the Income Tax Act to challenge what they call artificial and fictitious transactions and so on, which is technically the same thing as transfer pricing because it tries to look at the whether there are arm's length transactions and so on. And they have not been successful. And that the need for transfer pricing legislation has actually been acknowledged by the Tax Appeal Board and the authorities within Trinidad. So there is actual judicial guidance on the need for this legislation. But again, I don't know if it is because of the government's own delay in bringing this legislation to the fore that they have come here to sort of play down the importance of it, because Senator Mark has called them out on it. And he has called them out on it for good reason. And again, part of the reason for my surprise is because in my research, I came across a presentation on the Ministry of Finance website. And it's a presentation presented by Senator the Honorable Allyson West, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, as she then was, dated October the 24th, 2017. And it is entitled, changing the paradigm, putting the economy on a sustainable path. And in this presentation and this document published on the ministry's website, it identifies a medium-term fiscal policy that speaks about transfer pricing. And what this presentation put forward by the said minister, who has just said, look, Jamaica has it and it's not making much use and so on, is we are building capacity to guard against transfer pricing practices that erode potential revenue flows to Trinidad and Tobago. It is our intention to bring legislation to the Parliament in 2018 that will strengthen our ability to address such commercial arrangements. Mr. Vice President, coming here today to make excuses and to downplay the value of legislation simply because you have failed to honor your own commitments is really unbecoming of our government. And it is unbecoming of our government that comes here to ask for the support of all members, and we will support it. As I said before, we have always supported legislation. Nobody could pinpoint a piece of legislation that is needed to bring Trinidad and Tobago in line with international standards or commitments and so on that we have not supported. We have always supported the legislation brought to deal with anti-money laundering, to deal with tax compliance and so on. And we have been told from time to time that this legislation is urgent and this will get us off the EU blacklist. Well, today, 20th of February 2024, we are on that list, published today, even though we have had legislation sitting on another paper since November. So that being said, Mr. Vice President, I say all of that to say that the government must recognize that this is one baby step. It is one tool in an entire toolbox that is needed for us to seriously deal with the issue of transfer pricing, to seriously deal with the issue of leakages when it comes to our tax revenue. It is important that we go after the tax revenue, particularly from our oil and gas sector, that is necessary for the building of this country, rather than try to find ways to impose additional tax burdens on the average citizens. Continue to build the capacity. Again, and I will get to that now, since we've identified this problem and that we have been on this list since 2017, can anybody from the government say what has been done to build capacity within Inland Revenue to deal with this? Because I just heard the minister, who used to be at the Board of Inland Revenue, who was then a minister in the Ministry of Finance, say that under the double taxation treaties, we collect all this information, but are we really using it? So is this going to be another piece of legislation that requires information coming into the Board of Inland Revenue, but that they are not equipped to use it? Because where will that leave us? Because I think everybody in this House knows, and if they don't, they ought to know, that compliance with international standards is not just about passing legislation, it is about the implementation. So what has the government done since 2017 when they became aware of this problem? When we've had reports about from ECLAC and other reports coming out about the amount of possible revenue that we have lost as a result of transfer pricing, have they built the capacity in preparation for this legislation? Because if it has taken you 8.5 years to bring the legislation to Parliament, and you've been promising since the 2017 presentation that in 2018 you're bringing transfer pricing legislation to the Parliament, and today you're coming to say, hey, well, it's not really all that useful, and yeah, we'll continue to do it. When? You all have 1 year left. Yes. So when? If it took you 8.5 years to get here, and what capacity do we have to really utilize this piece of legislation? Are we going to impose obligations on all our multinational corporations to now file reports? Are we passing legislation here in the Parliament imposing penalties that nobody could perhaps enforce because we don't know how to monitor it properly, we don't know how to use it? Are we equipped? Have we trained people to deal with this? These are the questions we want to ask. Another issue that came up is that last year there was an announcement that we had gotten financing from CAF and that the Inter-American Center for Tax Administrators had come to the country and done an on-site assessment. This was last year, I think in March. And that we have supposed to be working towards a project for the control of transfer pricing operations. Where have we reached with all of this? And, you know, these are pieces of information that's very important when you're asking this House to support legislation, because we need to know where we're going. And I think Senator Lyder used the word haphazard. And it is very haphazard, because the minister says, well, I'll be coming back. I'll be coming back with different things. And we came recently with the amendments to the, certain pieces of legislation, the Registrar General Department, and dealing with all of those things, and beneficial ownership. And all of this is part of it. Why are we so haphazard? Why isn't there a proper policy document or a framework that would say, this is where we are, this is where we need to be, these are all the things that we plan to do and how it's going to get done, and bring things together in the Parliament that we can debate it in a way and look at it and examine it in such a way that we know how we are complying, and at the same time let the Parliament know where we are in terms of implementation. When it comes to the particular provisions of the bill, I want to make a couple of comments. Well, I think I picked up an error in one of the sections, but I think that's being corrected. I see that the amendments were just being circulated, and it has to do with requests for information. So I think that the word board was repeated somewhere, and that has to be changed in clause 12. So it ought to be that the board can ask the entity or something like that to make information available to it. In terms of the penalties, when they fail to comply with requirements for country-by-country reporting under the Act, you're committing an offense, a summary conviction, and imprisonment to 10 years. But, and I think Senator Thompson-Ahye mentioned that, you can also be faced with an administrative final penalty. The imposition of administrative fines as an alternative to a criminal sanction can be useful when you're dealing with companies and so on, but it ought not to be something that can be formulated outside of this Parliament. I do not believe that any sort of sanction to be imposed, whether on an individual or a corporation, ought to be done outside of the Parliament. And so I would ask, and I would put it in writing and email it to the clerk, that the regulations that have to flesh out the details of the administrative sanctions be brought to the Parliament, because you cannot simply vest in a minister, in any minister, and in any person with executive power, the ability to impose fines and sanctions without the oversight of the Parliament. So I do not agree with that at all. The imposition of penalties is very important, and it is something that affects rights of individuals and entities, and it ought to be subject to a debate, or at least have the option of any member of Parliament being able to raise it for debate. It should not be done outside of this and have no opportunity for the Parliament to look at it. The other thing is that in section 22, subsection 2, it says that notwithstanding subsection 1, a reporting entity which contravenes 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10, and guidelines made under section 22 may be liable to an administrative fine. Now, there's extensive guidance coming out of the Privy Council in the Dominic Suraj matter with respect to what, in essence, whether or not guidelines should be imposing criminal sanctions. And so when we have these guidelines and we're talking about breaches, we have to make sure that we don't cross over into having a breach of guidelines having sanctions. And even if it's an administrative fine, I think we should be very careful with breaches of guidelines, because guidelines have to be very carefully crafted with certainty, and guidelines don't often have that level of certainty. So when you have a breach of a guideline in a case like this, and I'd ask the minister to reconsider whether or not they want to impose sanctions, whether it's criminal or administrative fines for a breach of a guideline, because that can lead to a lot of uncertainty, it can lead to a lot of challenges, and it is very difficult to enforce the breach of a guideline. The nature of a guideline is really to give advice and to give guidance, exactly guidance on how to comply with regulations. So really and truly, any breach or anything that should attract a sanction ought to be included in parent legislation or in subsidiary legislation such as regulations, which should be subject to oversight by the Parliament. And I think those, apart from the other areas that have been mentioned, those are some of the proposals that we would like to make in order to strengthen the legislation, to ensure that it is workable, to ensure that it will achieve what it's supposed to achieve. Because the last thing we want is an entity being able to exploit another loophole contained in a guideline and not being compliant with what they have to do under this law. We recognize the importance of compliance. We recognize the importance of passing this piece of legislation in order to get us one step, even if it is a baby step, just a little bit closer to plugging that hole and leakage in our tax revenue and in becoming compliant with the international standards. And so we do not want a piece of legislation that can be exploited in any way, in the same way that they've been exploiting loopholes in our tax laws to minimize profits and so on. We don't want our compliance with international standards to now be questioned because there's a loophole contained in a piece of law via a guideline and something that can be questioned and queried. So in terms of strengthening legislation, I would say to look again at that particular piece of drafting there with respect to guidelines. Guidelines have a particular role and a particular function. And a body that is formulating or even administering sanctions and so on should be properly constituted because they are performing a quasi-judicial function. And if you have a body, Mr. President, that is either the Board of Inland Revenue or the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, if it comes on stream and they have to administer this piece of legislation, they will be exercising a quasi-judicial function and ought to be properly constituted and equipped to do so. I have questions and I query whether or not that is in fact something that has been taken into account in terms of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority legislation, whether even now, presently, with the Board of Inland Revenue, whether they are equipped to sit and hear matters and determine matters such as this and impose sanctions for non-compliance. The rules that they seek under this particular section to have as a breach really deals with something as to whether you file it or you don't file it. And it's very similar, for example, to some of the obligations that you would see under our securities legislation. But that's why the actual composition of the board under the Securities Act is designed in such a way that they are equipped to exercise a quasi-judicial function. So again, perhaps the minister can say whether or not he's satisfied that the Board of Inland Revenue as presently constituted, and even if it becomes the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, whether they would be equipped to exercise that jurisdiction and whether they are best placed to exercise that jurisdiction for non-compliance and to impose fines and sanctions and penalties. I know that there is power presently exercised by the board in terms of persons settling queries and so on, but this is a whole new regime that we are introducing and we should be satisfied that they are equipped to do so. Mr. President, the failure or to plug any gaps in our tax system has a very negative impact on the citizens of this country. Tax revenue is what keeps this country running. It pays salaries. It helps us to deal with issues such as crime, infrastructure, and there's so much work to be done that one cannot underscore the importance of us trying to maximize our tax collection efforts and also to be able to demonstrate our compliance with foreign countries. When we adhere to globally accepted standards for tax cooperation, to governance and so on, we can also attract more foreign investments. I know persons are concerned and raise the concern about whether or not implementing a regime like this may be may negatively impact foreign investment. But I do believe that countries that wish to attract foreign investment or to at least provide certainty with respect to how the laws would operate with respect to transfer pricing and with respect to taxation, because that in itself will offer some sort of incentive to foreign investors to come here. And that is why I would say, and I would end by saying, that the government ought to not be as slow as they have been with this particular piece of legislation. They should not be as slow to bring the transfer pricing legislation and to have a full and comprehensive regime to deal with transfer pricing, because it not just helps us plug the hole and to help us to maximize our revenue, but it also will provide certainty for the multinationals who wish to invest here and who are already here and who may wish to continue to invest here as to how the tax regime will operate and how they will be affected. I would encourage the government to utilize the opportunity of this debate to really give the country some assurance that when this legislation is passed today, and in the other house, hopefully soon, that we do have the capacity to really make it work for us and to give an account to the population, because that's what they're here to do. They're here to give an account. Give an account to the population over the last 8 years that they've been aware of this problem, how they have built our capacity to not just bring a 22-clause bill to Parliament, but to implement it and effectively use all of the information. Because all this piece of legislation is, all it says in these 22 clauses is you must give us information, and if you don't give us information, we can impose a fine or a penalty on you. But that takes us nowhere towards solving the ultimate problem that we have unless we understand fully how the information is to be used and that we know how to use it. As I said before, one tool in our whole toolbox that is needed. So tell us today how you intend to fill that toolbox, how you intend to effectively equip our institutions with a full toolbox to treat with a very important problem that affects this country. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Teemal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute on this bill that is before us here today. Mr. President, in the explanatory note to this bill, it is stated extremely early in the explanatory note, in fact, the first part of it, that the purpose of the bill is twofold. It seeks to provide country-by-country reporting legislation to meet the Trinidad and Tobago's obligation to the base erosion and profit shifting, or BEPS, inclusive framework of the OECD. And the second aspect being to assist with one criteria of the list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for the purposes of the European Union. And just on the basis of the explanatory note at the beginning there, Mr. President, I would have liked to, I would have really liked to hear from the Honorable Acting Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, a framework, as to where we are overall, because we are looking at one particular piece of legislation, that is the CBCR legislation. But in terms of the overall obligations to the BEPS inclusive framework, and then the other criteria that we need to fulfill to get us off the list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions as to where exactly this bill, when it's passed, will be taking us, and what are the challenges we have in front of us in the coming months or in the coming period of time that we have to address, and how the government intends to address those challenges, so that rather than, I don't know if I'll be uncharitable by using this word, but rather than be limping along, we would really be on a track for possible success within a short period of time to achieve our objectives in getting off of the non-cooperative jurisdiction list
of the European Union, and also fulfilling our obligations under the BEPS. Not just to, like writing an exam to get off a list, or to do well and to score well, but really and truly to be able to benefit from the many advantages that achieving such milestones in our legislation and in our operationalization of the respective pieces of legislation, the many advantages that it could possibly bring, to our tax base here in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I understand from what was presented is that since 2017, we have been on the OECD list of uncooperative tax jurisdictions. And from my understanding is that it has led to certain disadvantages, particularly revocation of valuable double taxation treaties. And in particular, I understand Denmark in January of 2022 and Norway in January of this year. And also importantly, important European trading partners have started using defensive tax measures on transactions on uncooperative, non-European jurisdictions. And of course, measures being adopted include denial of tax deductions and impositions of withholding taxes on payments. So it is affecting us negatively. The BEPS action plan was established in 2013 with the main objective of addressing tax avoidance by MNEs and double non-taxation of the MNE's profits, and by closing gaps that come about in the emergence of globalization and digitalization. So two key things driving the creation of these wide gaps in global taxation and affecting us locally would be the emergence of globalization and digitalization. And from what has been presented thus far, it seems as though our focus at this point in time, and probably understandably so, would be dealing with the effects of the globalization. Now, the Minister did mention, the Honorable Minister of Finance did mention about a continuously evolving framework. And reference was made to a shift in goalposts. And a recourse in order to arrest the situation or probably better manage the situation of a shifting goalposts would be a recourse to the United Nations to avoid what seemingly is dominance by developed countries. And from what we understand, most CARICOM states subscribe to this thinking. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge, I think we have to take on board the fact that the global world that we live in and the emerging global politics of the day is a rapidly changing environment. So shifting goalposts is becoming our way of life, whether we like it or not. And as the whole world order, is being challenged, and the dominance of certain world powers is being challenged, the geopolitics, has created a situation of shifting goalposts almost on a monthly basis. And maybe, as a country, we have to become acclimatized to the idea that we're dealing with a world in which goalposts are always going to be shifted. And maybe we have to develop that resilience and that capacity to be able to deal with such situations as effectively and as efficiently as we can, and as I'm sure that we are capable of. Now, the Honorable Minister, Acting Prime Minister, did outline certain minimum standards that come under BEPS. And we have to remind ourselves that all of these standards are subjected to peer review. And he did mention Action 5 as one of the actions. And this deals with harmful tax practices. Now, we heard from the Honorable Senator Lyder. He went into a bit of depth about the various actions. And he did quote from certain reports that tended to indicate where we are with regards to our status under the specific action items. But I felt that the Honorable Acting Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, in his time, and I'm sure probably with the limited time he had, he chose not to and leave it for his wrap-up. But as to where we are with the particular action, the fourfold action, and to offer to this Senate brief reasons as to why we haven't been able to live up to our obligations. So, for instance, the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, where, unfortunately, 319 preferential regimes and 12 number tax only or no tax or only nominal tax jurisdictions. 73 jurisdictions are fully in line. 58 jurisdictions have received a total of 61 recommendations to improve their legal or operational framework. Although we signed on to BEPS in 2017, but we have the dubious distinction of being the only jurisdiction still listed for harmful tax preferences under Action 5 of BEPS. And from what I gathered from hearing from the contributions of other members, and it is really because of the Free Zone Act, which we actually dealt with the passage of the Special Economic Zones legislation some time ago, as mentioned by Senator Lutchmedial. And it has been partially proclaimed. But the full proclamation of that piece of legislation, which I think is the sole reason why we are listed as a harmful, tax practicing country, we really need to address it. We really need to get our name out of this Action 5 classification. Again, because we are the only one there. And under Action 6, the tax treaty phase, where we are on this, and probably, if not in this forum, at some other forum, we can be given the reasons why we are still there and why we have not achieved what we have set out to do. Action 13, of course, is the subject matter of this country-by-country reporting, which is before us today. And the Action 14, mutual agreements procedure, I respectfully ask the question, where are we on this? And what are the challenges are we facing that we have to overcome in order to fulfill the peer review requirements of Action 14? Now, one thing I want to raise, Mr. President, is outside of the minimum standards of the OECD, we now have the OECD/G20 Inclusive Framework on BEPS, which was established in 2016. And on July 11, 2013, there was an agreement on the two-pillar solution to address tax challenges arising from digitalization of the economy. And Pillar 1, from what I understand, deals with a multilateral convention to implement what is referred to as Amount A, which is the reallocation of taxing rights to market jurisdiction. And Pillar 2, which is being referred to Amount B, deals with simplification of transfer pricing rules. And under this pillar, there is also the development of the subject to tax rule, or the STTR, and a 15% global minimum tax becoming a reality for some 50 jurisdictions taking action towards implementation. So, Mr. President, the reason I raise that is because it shows that if we want to classify it as shifting goalposts, but it shows that this entire thing is evolving. It is being driven not just by the global factors, but it is being driven by technology. It is being driven by digitalization. And I'm not sure if our Honorable Minister of Digitalization would be making a contribution here today, but I would have really liked to hear his views on, the whole aspect of digitalization, the impact on taxes, the challenge that there is for a tax regime here, and what his ministry might be doing, in particular, to address, particularly coming out of the OECD/G20 two-pillar approach that is now, in addition to the minimum actions, that is now have been accepted by BEPS, as part of BEPS. With just those few comments, Mr. President, just one or two things on the bill itself. And under Clause 3, the interpretation. And of course, I'm raising this. I'll just raise the point. Excluded, under the definition of excluded MNE group, and I'm reading from the bill, means with respect to any fiscal year of the group, a group having a total consolidated group revenue of less than the equivalent of 850 million United States dollars in Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Now, as an engineer, I was really trying to wrap my head around that language. And I don't know, from a point of legislative drafting, I'm still trying to conceptualize, the drafting here. So I'll just repeat it. It says a group having a total consolidated group revenue of less than the equivalent of 850 million United States dollars in Trinidad and Tobago dollars. So I don't know if, the Honorable Minister of Finance could give some thought. Maybe I'm just all right, it's been addressed in the amendment, I'm being told, so my apologies. Clause 12, well, I realize that is also being addressed in the proposed amendments, where the board is being changed to constituent entity. And my last comment is on Clause 13, which deals with errors in CBC reporting. And Clause 13B requires the reporting entity to correct the error and submit a corrected report within 14 days after the date of service of the notice. Now, Senator Thompson-Ahye did raise the question of 14 days. And Honorable Acting Prime Minister, in the context of the entire thing, and the fact that we are dealing with fairly large multinational entities, and the fact that there is recourse for appeal to the appeal court, I'm just thinking whether we are opening up ourselves to, unnecessary litigation by just allowing 14 days. I think consideration should be given to a much longer period of time. Well, not necessarily much longer, but probably about 45 days. That would give enough time, because it's two things. One is to admit that you are guilty of an error, and the second thing is to be given time to correct the error and resubmit your report. And I think 14 days a little insufficient for that.
And also
So,
carries a penalty if you don't do it.
yeah, and it carries a penalty, as Senator Vieira is telling me, if you don't do it. So I would like that some consideration be given to that, what I'm proposing here. And with those few words, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you.
Minister in the Ministry of Works and Transport.
Mr. President, thank you once more to be able to contribute to this bill entitled An Act to Provide for Country-by-Country Reporting by Multinational Entities relative to base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework, and to provide for the matters related thereto. Mr. President, due to globalization and digitalization, multinationals such as Amazon, Google, as my colleague on the opposite side liked to stress on, Apple, and many others have been able to enjoy growth due to these globalization and digitization of the world. It has actually shrunken the world in such a way that it is a small world. It is no longer where you have to wait for hours until someone is on the other side to make a call to any Eastern country, which is 12 hours ahead. Globalization and digitalization has brought a leveling playing field and has given the opportunity for such entities to grow and grow nationally so that their footprint could be all over. At the same time, too, it then allows such entities to exploit loopholes that were never catered for in tax regimes throughout different countries. And by looking at havens, they have decided, or they have used these loopholes to be able to maximize profit. Hence, the GECD/G20 Inclusive Framework on BEPS has been created to be able to help countries as such to plug these loopholes that do exist. So the BEPS minimum standard requires 4 actions, just 4 actions for the minimum standard: combating harmful tax regimes, preventing the tax treaty abuse, and countering treaty shopping, country-by-country reporting, the multilateral agreement procedure, or MAP. These 4 actions are part of a larger ecosystem that comprises the framework that will give governments all over the world the ability and tool to be able to plug such loopholes and avoid hemorrhaging of taxes. Now, I'd like to talk, before we go into it, and I heard my colleagues on the opposite side talk about this government being lazy and that we are not being proactive in terms of stopping any sort of hemorrhaging when it comes to the matter of transfer pricing. But I'd like to just quote from Senator the Honorable, then the Honorable, the late Franklin Kahn, who was then Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, at the Energy Chamber Annual Conference, where he stated categorically that during the period 2011 to 2014, Atlantic Energy lost revenues of over $6 billion a year due to transfer pricing. And it took this government initiatives to be put into place to recover some of those lost revenue, in which the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Energy to be able to harness and recover some of what this country is losing. So we understand the importance of having a framework when combating transfer pricing. But it has to be done not in silos. It is all done by building the necessary framework needed. When you look at country-by-country reporting, what is that? The template for country-by-country reporting allows entities to then state what their profit is in that country, sales, the amount of employees, their assets, and their income paid. So when that information is shared by country to country, then we can understand what taxes are being avoided and how you as a government or your revenue authority will then take into effect of how to combat and look for your revenue shortfalls or where the leakage or hemorrhaging is taking place. Mr. President, I will have to say the Revenue Authority was on stream since 2009, but with a change in administration, it was all put shelved. Our government since then have been putting initiatives in place. And while we understand the thing about shifting goalposts, because of digitization, because of the environment that we live in, the goalpost is changing, the arena is changing. And we need to be able to cater because these individuals are getting far more crafty in terms of how they hide and how they even elude certain tax evasions. Some of the frameworks that the government has been putting into place, such as the miscellaneous provision, the Trustee and Exchequer Audit, Minister of Finance Incorporation, with the crime income tax companies, right? Bill 2023. Miscellaneous Provision, Bill 2023. I know the AG went through some of this information already, but also we have the National Insurance Act, pieces of the Finance Bill in 2023, amendments to such pieces as the National Insurance Act, the National Tax Act, Corporation Act, Petroleum Tax Act, Property Tax Act, the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. All these are necessary frameworks that have all need to be in place to build out the bigger picture at the end of the day, right? The Tax Information Exchange Act in 2020, the Income Tax Information Act, Exchange Act. The amnesty allows for also the ability for entities to come to power, because when the Revenue Authority is installed, so that all these entities will be able to then bring forward and have to be updated and on the system at the same time. We talk about billions of dollars of resources, of revenue lost. Why don't we talk about the billions of dollars that this government has saved our country by being diligent in terms of how we deal with multinationals? The BELS project, there's a hybrid, allows for different tiers. There's the hybrid mismatch tools, especially with treaty shopping, special pricing purpose entities, and transfer pricing. But I want to touch a bit on the treaty shopping as mentioned by Senator Deoroop Teemal, and understand what treaty shopping and why it is that cannot come into play until we have certain frameworks. Companies taking advantage of tax treaties between two contracting states using a shell company based in a third jurisdiction is what is termed as treaty shopping. So I will draw an example. A company A that is resident in the Cayman Islands is licensing an intellectual property to company C, let's say based in South Africa, and a letterbox company that they have designed set up in a European state. Because there's a tax treaty network in that European state that allows for treaty shopping, it allows for the treaty between certain entities to be able to conduct or withheld tax profits when in terms of paying. In essence, these three companies, due to treaty shopping, is able to avoid taxes in all three jurisdictions. And this is where treaty shopping comes in. What are the solutions? The solution is to design and to ensure the true residents of the area or the entity have and benefit from the treaty that it was designed to support. The only way that can be done is by having the proper due diligence. And having the country-by-country reporting in place gives entities or governments the ability to ensure and do due diligence so that this part of the framework can then be formed and rolled out on a greater plan. Mr. President, I want to actually concentrate a bit on the framework or what was said in terms of profit shifting may be considered legal in some jurisdiction, but it raises some ethical concerns. It impacts the government ability to fund public services. It exacerbates economic inequality. It places a greater burden on SMEs and individuals, more so the middle class. And I want to come back to my point with Senator Lyder and talk about the SMEs. Because when we talk about the SMEs, and I hear my colleagues on the opposite side love to use the reference of 6,000 businesses closing doors from COVID. Where's the due diligence behind that figure? What's the source behind that figure? And if it came from a chamber, I would like to know which chamber and when that was presented, because I can tell you flat, being at the helm of that, that was not the case. Myself, and even Dr. Arjun Valmiki, Arjun, economist, we both toured the area during COVID, after COVID, and even up to date in the central region. That is why you can see economic activity developing through and through Chaguanas, because if you drive through the skyline, you have businesses upon businesses that we can't even cater for the opening stores. So if you would like to say that 6,000 businesses and paint this picture that this country is going through an economic crisis, I am shocked. But you know, they talk about SMEs access to foreign exchange, and you know, this is not something new, because I remember when I was chamber president in 2010, there was an interview on the same issue concerning foreign exchange. And the reason then was shortfalls in revenue in the energy sector. We know the energy sector, what it has been going through over time. This profit shifting and base erosion is one step forward in helping us tighten that regime to ensure that what is truly belongs to the sovereign right of all people, they can benefit by it by accessing the right availability of the taxes and foreign exchange that is rightfully ours, and not be hidden in certain dark areas. Mr. President, the state, some of these benefits to the SMEs, the state has more revenue to spend in the development of the SMEs via grants. Multinational pay taxes, so the forex that we gain will be able to help some of these shortfalls that we are experiencing. Multinationals already have an advantage, a competitive advantage, due to their background the ability to access foreign exchange, and then giving our local entities, especially small, micro, and medium enterprise, a disadvantage, hence putting them out of business. So I can tell you, the mom and pop shop that opened maybe 50 years ago may be suffering. But if we provide the right environment by giving them the ability and to enjoy, they have skylines, trust me. They have been able to work through and enjoy the skylines. But you can imagine how bigger that skyline will be? Because that happened recent in the past, I will say in the past 10 years, we have seen growth within that area. If you drive through that central region, it is amazing. Soon to change. And that is a fact. So while they will have lofty ideas of holding this seat, they maybe get comfortable on that side, because I'm pretty sure the regime or the tax regimes that they wanted to implement has basically eroded us and set us back years behind. It also makes this bill, when enacted, it makes the tax process more harmonized. It's simplified for greater transparency. Greater transparency will attract multinationals. Actually, it could even help increase our credit rating on our international standards, which gives us and makes us even more marketable to our international platform. It brings a certainty with respect to tax planning. And when there are clearer rules, less chances of unexpected disputes with the authorities, you have more confidence in the system, which allows for businesses to strive, survive, and grow. And this is what this government is about. Not just come in today, tomorrow. We take our time and we put the necessary infrastructure in place and the arrangements so that our colleagues on the other side could push back and delay the whole process in the lofty hope that they will then resume. When the SMEs begin to grow and expand in other countries, and this is what we're looking at, these small mom and pop shops that are actually growing, this regime, this country by country arrangement will then allow, because we have now become a party, we are now compliant, it allows our local entities to become multinational and play with that level of confidence as the other biggest play in that field. The overall level of the playing field by the multinationals, for them to pay their fair share of tax, will augur well for everyone in this country. It will bring greater services to our people that is needed at a time as now. I have to say, it took this government to understand the importance of digitization by creating a separate ministry to handle such. And I have to commend the Honorable Minister of Digitization, Mr. Hasselbackers, for the good work he has been doing. Because it will take a digital economy, or if you want to paint it green, black, red, or blue, it has to be done through digitization. It has to be done in a structured manner, which is exactly what this government has been doing, and put it into place, and in effect, working with every single entity, down to taxation, down to legal, down to even the Ministry of Works and Finance, which we all use his platform going and coming. Mr. President, I stand here today, one, in support of this bill, because I understand the benefits it is to bring to our country of Trinidad and Tobago. This act, in fact, will then help our country face, I'm sorry to hear that our honourable member is concerned with the digital economy, but maybe she's not aware of how true digitized economy will work, and that is where we will then show and demonstrate how. But I'm coming back to my point. This act, this bill, is all geared to a larger framework in taking Trinidad and Tobago to develop a different structure, to have a different outlook. And where others may think that we are behind the game, trust me, a lot of groundwork has been done through the Office of the Ministry of Finance, through the AG's office, through the digitization process, and all other agencies to bring our country up to play. Trinidad and Tobago is still an industry leader in the Caribbean, and we should be proud of that. And I thank and I support this government for having us to where we are today. Mr. President, I do approve of this bill, and I thank you.
Senator Maharaj.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to join this debate. I promise to be very short. And when this BEPS emerged, a lot of analysts thought that there would be significant pushback from the so-called developing world. Because here was a piece of legislation, a framework, similar to a part of a larger framework of, from the OECD countries that challenged the fiscal sovereignty of nations. It did not originate with the full participation of those countries either. And rules were set for you. And there was the assumption that countries would not want that. They would challenge that. They would feel that they were being condescended upon by the European industrialized nations. And the compliance, almost without your input, would be objectionable. Lo and behold, countries have just lined up to sign on. And it's no surprise at all that we can call all these islands of ours in the region in particular that they've done very well and they've gone ahead of us. Because they know that they are over a barrel. They don't have a choice. Is this the world they would choose? I doubt it. If we were asked, for example, if we were serious about tackling the multinational corporations, would we accept a threshold of 750 million? 5.5, is that a roughly TT? Would we not say no, given our size, maybe $1 billion? But we didn't have a say. Now, I am not sure that is the reason, an ideological concern is what has caused a delay in Trinidad, or the long period of time, because I know we've been very busy trying to bring property tax into being and set up the revenue authority, and these have been very, very thorny issues. But the moving goalpost is not always a moving, progressive marker. We do not know when we get past this, whether we will not get another and another. Because countries that have their interests are larger, more powerful, and we see ourselves almost supine in that relationship. The only way, or our only way out of that we can claim to stand on our own feet, is if we have collaborative relationships with other countries. All these countries that have been asked to sign up, at some stage, the world is not going to move always in that direction. We are seeing it with climate change. We are seeing how Barbados, for example, they're trying to rally. They haven't yet pulled money out of that fund to any significant degree, but an alliance is building that can be replicated in the area of taxation as well. I think the South has to strengthen its muscle the idea of just hastening and complying, we don't have a choice, and so I will vote for this measure. But I warn us against seeing this compliance as something that is good. This is a value system of European industrialized countries who are serving their purposes. And until we recognize what our interests are and we create the solidarity systems of countries along our own path, looking after our interests, that allows us to take these issues and bring them to the people and have the input and have a say. Until we do that, well, we are really not sovereign. I understand the world is one of negotiation, Mr. President, but we have to have a certain confidence. But small nations cannot stand alone. But there are partners in the world. There are big nations that are on the southern side. There's Brazil. We have, South Africa. Look at what they have done in that matter with the Israel's war on Gaza. And so it goes against my grain to just have to say, let us just go ahead and support this. I just stick a pin to say, this is not the world that we should want to be in, where we are at the mercy of only one superpower there is, and that superpower is not interested in this. They have their own rules. Let us remember that. And that we have to begin, we have a CARICOM, and from CARICOM we have a CARIForum, and we can go out and join and say, this is what we need to be doing so that we could stand up in the world with pride. We have to ask ourselves, how does this serve our purpose? I'm hearing a lot of, the transfer pricing, how great it will be. Well, a number of countries have already queried that. And I think they're running a pilot project. They've reshaped their processes, and they're running some pilot projects to be able to say, look, you've actually got 10 times more taxes and so on. What applies in one country may not apply in another. The process for actually accessing that information may not be as easy as you think. The country-by-country report is one that goes to the office of where the company is resident, then it goes to different channels, and then it will come. And you have to know how long that process is going to take, what are the nitty-gritties, what are the processes. We don't have that information. I also don't have any information about membership fees. I know there's a scale between I suppose the so-called more developed world and the developing world, annual fees that you have to contribute and so on and so forth. So I sadly vote for this, but I hope that we see what this is, and I can understand if the government does not have all that is in place for this to actually make it work for us for a long time, because really, as the introduction said, it's about compliance. Let's be straight, this is about compliance, so it is a tick box. But what does it require of any country? We are 1.4 million people. There are countries in this of a couple 100,000 people. What are the implications? Is it onerous for their bureaucracy, their tax systems? What does it really cost them? Who is paying for that for them? We need a far more inquisitorial inquiry into this, but for now, I just put that on the record. Thank you.
Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank all senators who spoke, since all senators have indicated they will support the bill. That's what I heard anyway, Mr. President.
I heard it too.
Just to deal with a matter raised by Senator Teemal, I did indicate where we were in terms of making progress. I will repeat what I said. We will be sending an exchange of information peer questionnaire to the Global Forum Secretariat by February 2024. We have an on-site mock peer review by the Global Forum Secretariat in the first week of March 2024. Following that, a report will be prepared by the Global Forum Secretariat. This will give us an assessment of our compliance with the Global Forum's exchange of information standards and give us the opportunity excuse me, to address any shortcomings which will be completed by May 2024. We ourselves will analyze and evaluate the comments and make the necessary changes by the end of May 2024. The official Phase 2 peer review questionnaire will be sent to the Global Forum in June 2024, and the actual on-site Phase 2 peer review by the Global Forum is scheduled for September 2024. And once we achieve all of this, and we satisfy the requirements of the peer review, we expect to get either a largely compliant or a partially compliant rating by December 2024, which will change our status with respect to the Global Forum. Let me give some other information. With respect to the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, which we passed just towards the end of last year, addresses the legislative issues identified by the coordinating body. We are going to request permission to sign to the convention after submitting our questionnaire to the coordinating body in March 2024. We will then follow the instructions with respect to the process of signature and ratification of the Mutual Assistance in Tax Matters, MAC. So we expect by the middle of this year, we will be signing on to the Mutual Assistance in Tax Matters. With respect to automatic exchange of information, in August of 2024, we are scheduled to sign the Common Reporting Standards and the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement. And that will allow for the establishment of domestic reporting for financial institutions. In November 2024, we will connect to the Common Transmission System, that is automatic exchange of information. With respect to harmful tax practices, I heard a comment about the special economic zones legislation, but it has already been partially proclaimed. I don't know if Senator Lutchmedial is aware of that, and the regulations were laid in Parliament as required. I expect the SEZ authority, this is the advice given to me by the Minister of Trade, and the full proclamation of the Act to be done by the middle of this year, 2024. Correct?
Yes.
Or before. In terms of country-by-country reporting, as we will hopefully pass this legislation in this place and the other place, and then with respect to the other matters that I've mentioned, we should be well on our way to coming off that EU blacklist. With respect to questions raised by members, we have circulated some amendments. There's a revised list, which should address most of the queries raised by honorable members. I will be making some adjustments at the committee stage to deal with some of the issues raised. And I just want to thank everybody for supporting this bill. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act to provide for the country-by-country reporting CBCR by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework and to provide for matters related thereto be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
I have to get our senators. Come on. Does this come?
Titled An Act to Provide for the Country-by-Country Reporting, CBCR, by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework and to provide for matters related thereto.
Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework, Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023, be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Okay, Honourable Senators, this bill contains 22 clauses, and we have circulated amendments from the Minister of Finance as well as Senator Mark. Is everybody in receipt of the no? Senator Dylan Remy and anybody else? Senator Mark? You don't have Senator Mark's? Okay, but everybody has the Minister of Finance, yes? All right. Okay, so if everybody is now in receipt of all circulated amendments, we will be ready to begin. Clerk?
Clauses 1 and 2.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. So we have amendments from Senator Mark, which I will dispense with that one first. Senator Mark.
Mr. Chairman, my amendments are very simple. I observe that even though the Attorney General spent an inordinately amount of time poo-pooing on this matter of country by country, I noticed that, for instance, the Minister of Finance, well, let me withdraw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I noticed that the Minister of Finance and acting Prime Minister was a little more wise, because either that or he was instructed to include the very definition that I have put under the item country by country reporting. So if you look at what I have advanced, and you look at what the Honorable Minister and Acting Prime Minister have advanced, you realize there's a coinciding, and therefore in those circumstances, that is the first area I want to just pay attention to. And I'm talking about here, Mr. Chairman, under, if you go to the definition, Mr. Chairman, in clause 6 of the minister's bill, you'll see where under clause 3A, you'll see where the very definition that I, in fact, advance seem to be, the minister seemed to be in agreement with it. And then in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I observed that the minister, maybe it was an oversight, didn't really explain in the interpretation section what an enterprise means. And this is what I've sought to do under clause 3, the interpretation section, and also the concept of international accounting principles. Again, I have put that in the definition and interpretation section so that it could be pellucidly clear to all and sundry that is reading this piece of legislation that this concept of international accounting principles are clearly outlined, and they are consistent with the international financial reporting standards. So those are two areas under clause 3 in terms of definition. Under interpretation, I'd like the Honourable Minister to consider.
Thank you. With respect to the amendments proposed by Senator Mark, while in our jurisdiction the competent authority would be the Board of Inland Revenue, in other jurisdictions it may not be. For example, the United States, it would be the Treasury. So that while I myself was looking at that as an amendment that might be made, when it was pointed out to me that they use different terms in other countries, we can't define competent authority as Board of Inland Revenue so narrowly. Okay, that's the first point. With respect to the second one, the drafters have told me it's better to put what you have put here for country by country reporting, although we're a little more detailed. It's better to put it in clause 6 rather than in the definition section. With respect to enterprise, it is not necessary to define that, because when you go to the responsibilities of the Registrar General in clause 11, you will see the Registrar General is required to forward to the board at least once every 6 months a list of enterprises registered under the Companies Act, the Registration of Business Names Act. Mr. Mark, I'm saying it's not necessary to define enterprise, because the information that the Registrar General has to forward to the Board of Inland Revenue would be on those entities that are registered under the Companies Act, Registration of Business Names Act, non-profit organizations. So that's already covered. And then with respect to international accounting principles, I spoke to the draft person, and I have no problem with including part of this, because it's redundant to say generally accepted accounting principles, because that's already mentioned in the definition section of ultimate parent entity, and reads as follows: under accounting principles generally applied in this jurisdiction of tax residents. But I have no problem with putting in international accounting principles include international financial reporting standards. Okay?
Through you to the Honorable Minister and Acting Prime Minister, I just wanted to ask to the Honorable Minister whether he has looked at the Barbadian legislation where they have clearly defined the competent authority to mean the Minister of Finance in their jurisdiction. Now, I know in our arrangement...
I got that, but yes. I have. And you have to look at the conjoint effect of all the sections and clauses in all the legislation. And it is clear the competent authority is the Board of Inland Revenue. Because you will see even in this bill, it refers to the board having responsibilities of a competent authority. It's obvious. You don't need to put it in.
Yeah, but all I was seeking to know, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Minister, is to strengthen the legislation so that we don't get into any kind of further squabbles with these people who are coming to you every 2 weeks with new amendments.
But they have not raised that as a point. In fact, they have made it clear to us that it's obvious the competent authority is the Board of Inland Revenue in Trinidad and Tobago. So with respect to your proposal to amend Clause 3, I think all that is required is that we put in a definition of international accounting principles and read as follows. International accounting principles include international financial reporting standards.
Okay.
All right? And take out the rest.
Okay. Do you want to add that to yours or your Clause 3 amendment, or do you... Because we would have to get rid of everything else to add it to yours, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So then I can put the question on Senator Mark's amendment to Clause 3. So you're going to withdraw it?
All we are doing is seeking to strengthen the legislation. So I am not hard and fast on it. I don't want us to get into trouble again. So that is why I'm seeking to strengthen. But if the minister is reporting to this honorable Senate...
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so I will withdraw.
You withdraw?
It makes no sense pursuing the matter.
That's right. No. So, Minister, yeah, no. It's the logistics of it all I'm trying to work out. So once you withdraw, that's quite fine.
Yeah, well, may I be lucidly clear? I am withdrawing in terms of amended. The minister has amended my provision. So given the commitment the minister has made to incorporate sections of this, I am prepared.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do now.
Is that understood?
So based on your withdrawal, it means I don't put the question for you, but I'm going to now deal with Minister of Finance's amendment to 3, to which he will further amend. Yes. Good. Minister of Finance.
This was to, and Senator Teemal brought it up. We're taking out the words in Trinidad and Tobago dollars, okay, because that will change all the time, so we just leave it as US dollars. So we delete the words in Trinidad and Tobago dollars.
Right. All right, so include. The other part. All right, okay, yeah. So, honorable senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance and further amended to read at B, insert the following new definition: international accounting principles include international financial reporting standards. Minister of Finance, correct? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, I'm a little bit at a disadvantage here Just let me look at 4.4. I couldn't find. Oh yes, I found it. Yeah. 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 This is a typo.
Yes.
Here's a typographical error. An omission where this is part of the framework, so we need to include these words. It was left out in error. The files a country report through a surrogate entity. So you replace it with, you delete the words files a country report with respect to the fiscal year reporting and replace it with the words through a surrogate entity files a country report. Okay? So apparently that has to go in because that's in the framework. And then 7 should be 6. That's a typo.
Okay.
These are real.
So, Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
This is the part where we put in the words similar to what Senator Mark had proposed, but with a little more detail, to define what a country-by-country report is. So that is the amendment in subclause 2, A and B, and then there's a typographical error in subclause 5. We're deleting the word 19 and replacing with 22. Okay?
Okay. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 6 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 6 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 7 and 8.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clauses 7 and 8 stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clauses 7 and 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 7 and 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Yes, this is an error. There's no such thing as the Inland Revenue Department. The correct word is board. Okay?
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 10 and 11.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clauses 10 and 11 stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clauses 10 and 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 10 and 11 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 12.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Right, this is a drafting error, and if you look at it carefully, constituent entity is defined in the interpretation section to be any separate business unit of an M&E group, and so on. And therefore, it should be the board may in writing and within such times as it may require a constituent entity, provide or make available to it, not require a board. It's a drafting error.
Okay. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 12 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Vieira?
It's just that the Minister said the replace with require.
Request constituent entity.
Yeah, I think you want to leave request.
Request as circulated. Sorry about that.
so I'll put the question again. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 12 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 13.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
The insertion that we are asking for would introduce, the usual principles of natural justice, where if a director or officer of a company who has not complied with a notice can show that he or she did it without knowledge or connivance, and that they tried their best to prevent the breach, they are not liable to the penalty. So we thought that was only the fairest thing to do.
Okay. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 be amended as circulated by the Minister. Senator Teemal.
Yeah, before you ask for that, the amendment to be passed, just a response from the Honourable Acting Prime Minister. In terms of the 14 days that was raised by several of us, is there?
My apologies.
Yeah,
I was looking at 21. I apologize. Sorry about that. I would like to propose we change that to 28. Is that all right? That's actually in my handwriting here. I was a little distracted by noise around me. Sorry about that. We are deleting the words 14 days, the word 14, and replacing it with the word 28 in 13B. The word 28. Sorry about that.
Okay. So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance and further amended to say at 13B, delete the words 14 and replace with the words 28. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 13 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 14 to 20.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 14 to 20 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 14 to 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 14 to 20 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 21.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 21 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to Clause 21, the Minister is going to be making regulations to give effect to this piece of legislation, which is very, very important. And we have seen the kind of challenges we have had over the last 6 years. I think it's only fair that the Parliament has an oversight role in these regulations that the Minister will be formulating. And that has been our practice, that when it comes to regulations, we, the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, must have an oversight role in looking at that, or looking at those regulations. And therefore, I am respectfully suggesting that as a democracy, we should strengthen our institution, and there should be some oversight role for our Parliament. And it's in that context I have proposed that we amend Section 21, subsection 1, to read that regulations, right, ought to be subject to affirmative resolution of our Parliament.
The regulations would be highly technical and would therefore, according to practice, not really qualify for affirmative resolution. But I have no objection to making them subject to negative resolution so that it will be laid in Parliament. And if there's any argument, you can bring a motion to negative the regulations.
You know, I will reluctantly support you, right? Reluctantly, you know that. But my preference is, of course, affirmative. But I hear you.
Well, I have an amendment to 21, don't I? Yes. I have. Right? So could we deal with that, and then I will make a further amendment to 21. Okay.
So, Senator Mark, in light of the discussions, would you withdraw? He would make a further amendment to his 21 to include negative resolution.
In the spirit of democracy and compromise, right? I withdraw.
Okay. Minister of Finance, your amendment?
Telling him I know he was supporting the bill. That's why I tell him thank you.
You have an amendment. 21.
Yes. So that firstly, the word section 53, a typo, should be replaced with subsection 1. And then this is the further amendment we wish to make to 21.1. The minister may make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to this act, and such regulations shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament. Okay?
Yeah, happy to. I'll just... Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 21 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance and further amended to say, at 21.1, insert after the word regulations the words subject to negative, no?
After the word act, in 21.1, after the word act, and such regulations shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament, after the word act.
After the word act and such regulation
shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament.
So we'll do this again. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 21 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance and further amended at 21.1 to read, the Minister may make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to this Act, and such regulations shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 21, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 21, as amended, now stands part of the bill.
Clause 22.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 22 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Mr. Chairman, I have the greatest respect for public officers because I was a public officer at one stage in my career. But Mr. President, you see, coming to deal with fines, you see, this is administrative, or what is called in Barbados, pecuniary fines. And when you're going to fine companies, organizations, I think that this Parliament should have, because the minister will be brought into the picture, because I don't think any public servant will dare formulate guidelines without having the minister give those guidelines some kind of oversight role, because the minister doesn't operate like that. So I would like to ask the Honourable Minister to trust the Parliament and let us have some role in supervising and overseeing these guidelines, because this is a collective effort where all of us are seeking to protect the national good. So we would like to be part of whatever guidelines that are being formulated so we can be satisfied. And I am going with affirmative, but if the minister, as he has done earlier, is prepared, I will listen to him to at least meet me halfway, because I think this is one in which we like to get some support.
Under our system of laws, guidelines are not statutory instruments and cannot be subject to any resolution of Parliament, regrettably. And if one looks through legislation, one looks at I pulled up the Securities Act, for example. The Securities and Exchange Commission can issue guidelines, and in fact, the penalties there are tremendous: a fine of $5 million and imprisonment for 5 years. These are guidelines issued by the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission, which again are not statutory instruments, cannot be subject to a resolution of Parliament. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that under clause 22, which will become section 22, the maximum fine is already set at $20,000. So that you're looking at a MNE that has a gross turnover of $850 million US for an administrative fine of 20,000 TT dollars is not really that significant. But the main point I want to make is, regrettably, guidelines are not statutory instruments and can't be subject to resolution, whether affirmative or negative. There's no real danger in this, as I hope I've explained to you.
But do you think 20,000 is a reasonable amount for a multinational? That
you want me to increase it?
No,
I'll tell you what.
I'm just asking.
I hear you. I tell you. This has to go to the other place, and we may be making some adjustments, and I would certainly take that into account in the other place to see whether perhaps we should increase that $20,000.
Tell me that, I know what to look out for.
What did you say?
I know when you give me that assurance.
What does it mean?
I can go to sleep
and
sleep forever.
All right.
Trust me, I will sleep forever on that.
Senator Vieira.
Just to echo the Honourable Minister, guidelines are not rules which typically imply rigid requirements or regulations. Guidelines are more in the nature of a standard, recommended practices to follow. So that is why there's a little latitude there.
Really seals it. It's, these guidelines will be very technical.
Are you still putting the question, or you withdraw? Withdraw?
Yeah.
Okay. So, honourable senators, the question is that clause 22 stand part of the bill. Honourable senators, the question is that clause 22 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 22 now stands part of the bill.
Is it right?
Honourable senators, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to report that the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country-by-Country Reporting Bill 2023 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023. Those in favour say aye. I'll take it. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to provide for the country-by-country reporting by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit-shifting inclusive framework and to provide for matters related thereto be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an act to provide for the country-by-country reporting CBCR by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework and to provide for matters related thereto be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Country-by-Country Reporting CBCR by multinational entities relative to the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework and to provide for matters related thereto.
Leader of Government Business.
President, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Mr. President, the motion I raise is the need for the government to update laws, regulations and policies regarding protection orders to ensure more effective protection for women. If I could draw your attention to a study by a group headed by Dr. Gabriel Hussein, who is the team leader. The research team included Tricia Basdale, the late Colin Robinson, Sabrina Maulal Bashk, Simon Lead, and Amilka Sanditan. And the title is Gender-Based Violence in Trinidad and Tobago, a Qualitative Study. It's the executive study I'm going to précis here, and it includes the statement that gender-based violence is a prevalent issue that occurs across all settings and groups around the globe. Violence against women in one form in 2012 was estimated that almost 40% of female victims of homicide were killed by their intimate partners or family members. According to a 2013 global review of available data, 35% of women worldwide have experienced either physical and or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner violence. And for the Caribbean in general, gender-based violence is one of the most widespread forms of violence. It directly impacts citizens' security, including the stability and health of families and communities. Between 2009 and 2012, almost 12,000 domestic violence applications were made in the Magistrates Court, according to a report by a group called NGO Caribbean Development Foundations, NCDF. Data from the Crime and Problem Analysis CAPA branch of the TNT Police Service revealed there were approximately 19,078 reports relating to domestic violence incidents between 2000 and 2013. Approximately 75% of these reports were related to female individuals. During the same period, there were 131 domestic violence-related deaths, of which 56 were female. For the period 1995 to 2013, there were a total of 5,264 murders in TNT. Out of these, 442 cases were due to domestic violence or associated with domestic violence situation. Mr. President, if I could draw your attention to an Express report dated January 2nd, 2024, updated January 2nd later. Mother and daughter slain in Glencoe. The mother and daughter were shot and killed at their Glencoe home today. Police said around 11 a.m., Carmelita de Leon, 66, and her daughter, Canlida Shumba, 43, were at their Riverside Drive home in Shorelands, Glencoe, when an estranged relative of Shumba shot both women at home. He then left the house, and at that time was currently at large. Police said that Shumba had taken out a protection order against him last year. Trinidad Guardian, January 4th, 2024. Mother and daughter killed at their home, solely wanted in connection attack held in Arima. And it's by Shane Superville. There's a quote by our colleague, Senator Roberts, who's quoted in the piece as former Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, Alan Roberts, who was a close friend of Shamba and her mother, was on the scene. He said the murders of Shamba and De Leon highlighted the need for more proactive and strengthened police responses to incidents of domestic violence and threats to women. He lamented such incidents often did not prompt serious police intervention or prompt intervention until there was bloodshed. It is clear something has to be done before restraining orders are not working, reports are not working. He said, I quote, "This fella in the army should have had a report about this, because how he could get a firearm when he is in an emotional state where he requires psychological help." Activist, in an article by Bobby Lee Dixon, August 4th, 2021, on the 30th anniversary of the Domestic Violence Act of TNT, activist and president of the International Women's Resource Network, Adriana Sandrine Isaac Rattan, is calling for a revision of the Act to make the offense of domestic violence an official crime punishable by law, well, it is now, and the way the protection orders will not just continue to be a piece of paper in many cases. In an article by Carissa Lee, December 1st, 2022, Magistrate Sarah De Silva says approximately 30 applications are made for protection orders at magistrates' court across the country daily. 10 of them are usually new applications. However, she and her peers believe some of these issues can be addressed before they reach the courts. One of the issues also highlighted in an article by Camille Hunt, protection orders working, says Jacob, May 26, 2022, updated May 27, 2022, says that between March 2019 and March 2022, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service recorded 581 instances of people breaching protection orders that were placed against them. Then Acting Commissioner of Police McDonald Jacob, however, says protection orders are effective and have been working well. Jacob was speaking during a joint select committee on social services and public admin yesterday, held to inquire the state's capacity to provide support for victims of domestic violence and family conflicts. So the issue is not that, Mr. President, that the protection orders may not be working, but when you have that many protection orders, one wonders if the infrastructure is in place behind the scenes to support and respond to persons who breach those protection orders. And as I've identified very early on in the presentation, the issue is when the responses aren't adequate or the infrastructure is not in place in an adequate form, clearly has resulted over and over in deaths. Now we might say out of 5,000 protection orders, 4,000 work, but it's those 2 or 3 cases that we need to address where there are gaps in the system. And my understanding is that very often the response times and the infrastructure needed to support the laws that we passed need to be looked at, and the regulation related to them need to be addressed more significantly. And this is why I have brought this motion on the adjournment. Not because we haven't passed the laws, or not because the laws may not be adequate, but laws operate based on presumptions or assumptions that I think are valid, that there is an infrastructural regime behind it to ensure that there is a response time, particularly in these cases. I can quote 2 cases where I remember I did a series called Survivors years ago, and a woman came on the show to recount her horror when her husband, whom she had a protection order against, came home to find out that she had a protection order against him, picked up a cutlass and murdered their 3 children and chopped her, leaving her for dead on the ground. She survived, only to want to die because the 3 children had been killed. She didn't survive 5 years after that because the grief of losing her children and the injuries sustained in that attack basically put her on a road to her death. So this motion is really a plea for us all collectively to look at the systems that support these laws and ensure that the state responds in an adequate fashion and have the infrastructure in place, not only to sometimes prevent the perpetrator from gaining access to the victim and the family more often, but also in some instances to provide the support system, the halfway houses, and the counseling for the family who would have endured the trauma, because in most of these cases, there is a history of domestic violence that has led to this situation. And earlier this year, we saw it unfold in West Trinidad. So my plea through you, Mr. President, is that we can come together through all of us in here, government, opposition, and independents, and in the other place, and find ways to strengthen the laws, the regulations, and the policies, and the infrastructure to protect particularly women and families in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I thank the Honourable Senator for raising a very important matter. Has been important enough to have attracted the attention of the Parliament in 1999 in this country when we passed our first iteration of the domestic violence law. And of course, Mr. President, that law was amended in 2006, 2012, and 2020, and again in 2021, touching on concerning elements around the Firearms Act. It is important to adapt and strengthen measures to effectively protect those in need of protection in our society. By staying current and responsive to the changing circumstances, this government has been able to better address issues related to domestic violence, harassment, and other forms of abuse. Indeed, by addressing existing legislative and operational gaps, not only has the protection for the more vulnerable in our society been bolstered, but a more secure environment for the individuals seeking legal recourse and support has been engendered. It is for these reasons that the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, through the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, brought the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill in 2020 to this Parliament, which was introduced in the Senate on June the 3rd of that year and assented to on July the 3rd of the said year, in the form of Act 18 of 2020. That bill amended the Domestic Violence Act, as well as made provisions for emergency protection orders, where if something happens, for an example, overnight, a report to a police station might be enough to accord some level of protection until, of course, more can be done. The bill was brought to Parliament primarily to provide additional protection for the numerous victims of domestic violence. It amended key definitions. It expanded the categories of persons who could apply for protection orders. It made provision, as I said, for emergency protection orders, and it established, very importantly, the National Domestic Violence Register for Domestic Violence Complaints. So my contribution focuses more this evening on the critical role, as the member alluded to, on the critical role of law enforcement officers and their capacity to operate effectively within the context of the legislation, important as it is, necessary, but obviously not sufficient. It is significant to note that the Domestic Violence Amendment, it increased, as I said, the categories of persons who could apply. It allowed for the court powers to issue an interim order or a protection order. Those powers were expanded. The circumstances upon which an interim order may be granted were expanded as well, and provisions were made for the interim order to remain in force until it is revoked, until the application for a protection order is withdrawn or dismissed, or until the protection order is actually made. As well, provisions were made to introduce the process of making an emergency application, and the terms of the protection order were expanded. The service of protection orders, because there were people who would have a protection order, and it's difficult to find the perpetrator, and therefore the service capacity was expanded, where there was a reporting to be done after 5 days, and if that was not done, the court could have been approached for substituted service. All of these things, as well as to establish a timeline within which a protection order must be served, and the procedure for substituted service, if not completed within the prescribed timeline. All of these things targeted the infrastructure, the operational elements, so as to render this, if I may use the language that the Senator used, more than a mere piece of paper. It has to be with a piece of paper. When the court makes an order, it is documented in the form of a piece of paper. And as I said, necessary but not sufficient. It is that little piece of paper that tells us what the legal arrangements behind it really represent, and I've just outlined some of them. Protection orders provide applicants with the means to take control of their safety and well-being. By obtaining a protection order, a person in a vulnerable situation can legally prevent an abuser from being in their residence, neighborhood, business, school, or workplace, engaging in direct or indirect communication, example, telephone, emails, letters, approaching the applicant within a specified distance, or causing or encouraging another person to do same. Protection orders can also force the abuser to return the applicant's property, pay compensation for monetary loss incurred by the applicant as a result of domestic violence, such as medical expenses, dental expenses, pay interim maintenance for the applicant or a child, vacate any place or residence, even if owned or rented by the abuser, give up to the police any licensed firearm or weapon that he may have, pay or continue to pay the rent or mortgage for the applicant's premises, ensure that reasonable care is provided with respect to the child or dependent person, or both, and the applicant or both, receive professional counseling or therapy, or any such prohibitions and directions as consented to by the applicant or the respondent, or both. The matter of whether protection orders has been effective has been widely discussed in the public, and the Senator raised elements of it. Instances of violations, as the Senator just revealed and reminded us, are well publicized, but the public is less aware of how these things actually work, and he alluded to it. They actually work, because you just have to wonder for a moment, Mr. President, what would the scenario have been in the absence of this? So there have been breaches. As a matter of fact, might I say, that since 2020, that amendment, since 2020, between July 2020, after the amendment, to the present date, there were 880 instances of breaches. So human beings break the law. People will do things, paper or not. Some 400, though, and 50 of those have been arrested and charged in the same period. So it is the response of the state, and particularly the role of the law enforcement personnel, that really gives flesh to the skeleton of the piece of paper which reflects the order of the court. And as you would have heard a moment ago, the order of the court, or orders of the court, are quite expansive following the amendments of 2020, Mr. President. Protection orders provide legal documentation that prohibits an individual from contacting or being near the person. It helps the police in situations where there is a history of domestic violence. The Domestic Violence Act even went one step further in assigning responsibility to police officers, where the court directs that an applicant for protection order is served personally on the respondent by a police officer. And should the application not be served within 5 days, the police officer is obligated to file a notice within 2 days thereafter and bring this to the attention of the court. So it imposed obligations on the infrastructure, in this case on the police officers. Police officers play a vital role in enforcing protection orders to ensure safety of the individuals who are at risk of harm. When a protection order is in place, it is the responsibility of law enforcement to respond promptly and effectively to any violations of the said order. This may involve investigating reports of violations, making arrests, as I have explained, and taking steps to protect the individual who has been granted the protection order. Thus, officers have continued to provide a sense of security for the vast majority of those, in fact, I dare say all of those who are in danger, and to prevent further harm and hold perpetrators accountable. What may be required is a constantly improving and engaging and more robust application of these protections by the police in what we describe as a zero-tolerance mode, and a cultural shift on the part of the entire society, rendering this aspect of violence, because domestic violence is a subset of violence generally. These, Mr. President, are the measures that have been put in place and are being given effect in order to protect victims of domestic violence, potential victims even. I thank you very kindly.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my matter on the motion for the adjournment deals with the need for an independent investigation into the recent oil spill or whatever substance in Tobago waters, negatively impacting the coastlines of Tobago and its tourism product. Mr. President, the people of Tobago have been the victims of a vicious act of environmental and ecological terrorism in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, we don't know who are the forces behind this act of terrorism against the people of Tobago. What we do know is that as a result of what happened and the oil spill that occurred, the people of Tobago, particularly Lambo, they have been dislocated in a very negative way. Mr. President, our intelligence have revealed that the vessel that is involved in this matter, the Solo Creed, has turned off its transponder for the last 15 days and cannot be located. The last time it was located was sometime in South America. So there is some secrecy, some clandestine activity surrounding this whole matter. The government does not know. The government does not see. The government does not hear. They don't know what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago. I do not know why are they in government if they don't know what's going on. But Mr. President, what is going on, I will tell you, is that the people in Trinidad and Tobago are calling for answers, and they are calling for an independent investigation into this matter, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me inform this Honorable Senate that it was on the 14th of February that the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard issued a statement saying that it had picked up these two vessels, the barge and the tug towing the barge, since the 4th of February. And then this barge and this tug towing it, the Solo Creed, disappeared mysteriously from their radar. So imagine we have a government with a security apparatus with a 360-degree radar surveillance system, picked up a vessel, two vessels, and then all of a sudden the vessels disappear. These same Coast Guard who were manning the surveillance system did not detect, did not alert, did not send out a Cape-class vessel to see if somebody lost, if somebody damaged, if some boat was sunk. They did not send out an aircraft to see what was going on, Mr. President. And this is the kind of scenario that we are facing in Trinidad and Tobago. We know that that vessel went to Aruba, that it picked up marine fuel. We know where Aruba is, and we know what kind of fuel has get there, and we know who's supplying fuels there, Mr. President. And it came, and it was in our territorial waters, Mr. President. What we want to find out from the government, I would like the Minister of National Security to tell this Parliament whether the company called TFG, a joint venture company
owned 75% by Trafigura, 15% by Frontline, and another 10% by Golden Ship. I would like the Honorable Minister to indicate to Trinidad and Tobago, when was a bunkering license issued to Trafigura and TFG? Because I have evidence to show that TFG is operating a bunkering fuel operation in the waters of Trinidad and Tobago. And unless they have a license to do so, they are operating illegally in our country. So we want to know if the government can tell Trinidad and Tobago whether they have issued a license to Trafigura coming under the name of TFG Marine Limited operating in our waters, and whether at that material time when that barge capsized, whether it was transporting marine fuel supplied by Trafigura at the material time. These are serious issues, and why the transponder of the Solo Creed has been switched off for 15 days. Nobody can find this vessel. The government doesn't know where the vessel is, Mr. President. No crew, no captain. No crew, no captain. Mr. President, I think that the time has come. What is even more important, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is still dilly-dallying. After 13 days, going on to 14 days, they have not effected Tier 3. We demand that the government effect Tier 3, bring international assistance to Trinidad and Tobago to deal with the oil spill, Mr. President. And therefore, we believe that if they bring international experts to Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, that is why we are calling on the government and the people to have established an independent expert forensic investigation, Mr. President, so we can determine
2 more minutes, Senator.
We can determine, one, the circumstances into which these vessels entered our waters. How? And they entered undetected. Undetected. So, Mr. President, this is a very serious matter. We want to know if the government of Trinidad and Tobago is in league with Trafigura. We want to know if the government of Trinidad and Tobago is involved in sanction busting laid down by the United States of America. The people are demanding that the government come clean and tell us what is going on with this matter and stop obfuscating and hiding and not telling the people the truth, Mr. President. We want answers, and the Minister of National Security and his Prime Minister, who is vacationing 10 days in Guyana, do you know what? We don't know, but in Guyana, 10 days, and he's supposed to be in Trinidad, see about the oil spill. We demand today that Tier 3 be immediately implemented in Trinidad and Tobago so we can get international support, Mr. President, to clean the waters from where you hence came. We want the President waters to be clean, and we want those waters to be clean now. Mr. President, I call on the Minister of National Security to indicate why are they hiding, and let us know if they are part of this criminal activity taking place in our water. This is what we want to know, and this is what the people demand at this time. I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Works and Transport.
That's the extent cooking, you know.
Mr. President, I don't know what to say about that, what we just saw there, except to say that Carnival is over, Comedy Fest now starts. Mr. President, I came to debate a motion, and the motion was the need for an independent investigation into a recent oil spill in Tobago waters, negatively impacting the coastline of Tobago and its tourism product. I think Senator Mark forget the motion he came to debate. And he just put on a display there that could cause Tommy Joseph to lose his job. Nothing that he said. He's calling for an independent investigation, but he have all the facts. So why don't he just present it to us? He knows more than the IMO. He knows more than all the marine divisions throughout the Western Hemisphere. He has more information. Maybe that oil probably was going by him. Because he knows where it came from. He knows who bring it. He knows more than all the international organizations that we are liaising with. Mr. President, let me try and bring back some sense of normalcy to this motion so that at least whoever is listening could understand where we are and what we are doing about this disaster that is very important to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the Prime Minister have already gone on record in the other place and put a comprehensive report on the Hansard. Minister of Energy has also responded to a similar motion in the other place. And it was nothing like what Senator Mark just displayed here. It was facts and important information that is required at this time. And I will just simply add some information that will give the population the assurance that responsible people are in charge of this country, and we will get through this. Mr. President, the motion seeks to call for an independent investigation into the oil spill in Tobago waters and its impact on the coastline of Tobago and its tourist product. As have previously been stated, Mr. President, this matter was first reported on the 7th of February, 2024. As at today's date, the cleanup exercise is ongoing and all relevant arms of the state have been activated. The question of an investigation on the impact on the coastline and tourist product is premature. I continue to hear and read much speculation as to the methods being pursued and the time being taken. I wish to once again state the steps being taken. Mr. President, from the onset of the oil spill, which occurred on February 7, 2024, my cabinet colleague responded in the other place and has placed on the Hansard that the matter engage immediate attention and the services of various technical experts and agencies to investigate and identify solutions to address the spill. Mr. President, in environmental disasters such as this, there are protocols for dealing with oil spills, according to the international practice. As soon as the spill was reported and the Tobago House of Assembly engaged with the central government, all relevant entities were engaged, namely Teemal, the Ministry of National Security, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, Maritime Services Division, CARICOM Impacts, Guyana Coast Guards, Heritage Petroleum, and the list goes on. And Mr. President, I would like to congratulate all the people of Tobago. The Tobago, the Teemal team, the fishermen of Tobago, all the volunteers in Tobago, and all the people who are involved in this cleanup in Tobago. The only group that was not present in Tobago was the UNC, and continue to spur fake information on this project. This is not the time for that. This is the time for patriotism and for all hands on deck.
Exactly.
this, Mr. President, this was reiterated by the Honorable Prime Minister, who gave a very comprehensive report laying the facts, stepped on the disaster and the approach engaged. This report is now on the record of the Hansard. In addition to this, the Prime Minister directed relevant ministers to be physically present in Tobago to ensure that the function of the central government was discharged in a collaboration with the relevant officers in Tobago. Mr. President, permit me to highlight the basis on existing protocols in dealing with oil spill. Various entities have been engaged and cleanup is underway, which is the primary concern. As you have heard, these protocols are categorized as in tiers. Accordingly, at this time, we are under Tier 2, as identified based on the international practice, and all mitigation measures are actively being pursued at this time. The question of time it is taking is categorically identified, the time it's taken to categorically identify the owners and flag off the barge is based on practical circumstances surrounding the incident. We believe that the original operations was a tug and barge operation. The barge is what has run ashore in Cove. In order to positively identify the barge, the first step taken was the use of divers to find either the registered IMO name or serial number, bearing in mind the area as well as the existing conditions of the water. A name was found, specifically Gulfstream. At this time, Mr. President, there are over 300 registered vessels by the name of Gulfstream in active operation. Given that there is no located serial number to date, the Maritime Service Division has been interrogating each name by its regional and international partners. We have been in touch with CARICOM Impacts, Port State Control, Panama, Aruba, Grenada, Tanzania, Suriname, and many other states. We simply cannot call the name of people and vessels without verification, unlike Senator Mark. I would like to reiterate that
Minister, you have 2 more minutes.
The only way to identify the owners of the vessel is by the IMO serial number. We have not found such on the vessel around Cove to date. Mr. President, to give the assurance that this government is doing everything possible in order not to compromise the investigation, we have to act very responsible. We are pursuing several leads to identify the vessel, but in the maritime industry, vessels are identified by the IMO number and the serial number. We have sent divers down, but it is at a dangerous level at this stage. And I know Senator Mark will, and his team are hoping that something more catastrophic can happen there, so he can come to the Senate and talk some more. This is a responsible government. We are doing what has to be done. And I give the assurance that we will get to the bottom of it, because we are following leads. Only today, the Minister of Energy have engaged 2 of the world's more experienced international companies to come to Trinidad and assist with the plugging of the leak and the removal of the vessel. Right? And Mr. President, unfortunately, when the UNC thought they had something to rant and rave about, this government, with the assistance of the THA, have handled this situation in a very professional and international standard. Mr. President, I thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.